Good morning, everybody. Wasn't sleeping. I've been up for like 2 hours. What's up, Seb? Spy dead. Took a hit this morning. Down, what, like 100 basis points? Seems to have recovered on 374 a little bit in the pre-market, but we'll see how it goes. I don't think the news that came in this morning was either unexpected, nor was it that bad. I mean, I think initial jobless claims are down a little, but not down as much as they would like. Consumer spending's down. Um, but the good news is people aren't making more money. So, morning, Gurk. Guess holding those spy puts overnight paid off for once? Eh, I can tell you holding my Caterpillar calls overnight didn't. But it's okay. I bought them for August for a reason. Yeah, Delta Neutral spiked pretty hard, apparently. What does the spike in Delta Neutral indicate? The current price of GameStop is fucked. All these BBBY headlines got me jacked. Anthony Chikumbas says stick a fork in it. Same like buy 100 more leaps. You know, I, I was looking into it yesterday, and the company's like BBBY is really just a pile of shit, right? But Harmon and Baby are doing great. Like independently of BBBY, they're very decent businesses. And I think a lot of BBBY's SG&A is just packed full of the expenses for those other two businesses, but they did 1.5 billion in net sales last quarter. They still have like 1.1 billion on hand and then room on their revolving credit line. I'm I don't think they're going out of business, but I do think Cohen's gonna need to do something soon, one way or another. Holding cat, even though it fell through the 182 support. I'm gonna see what happens to it today if I can get a better exit, but it's kind of bouncing. If I need to eat the loss, yeah, I will. Or I'll just average down. My calls are for August for a reason. I think this one has more downside. I have a 137p for the 11th. I don't know. We'll have to see if sellers are still kind of exhausted like they were yesterday. Yesterday, we saw the SPY just trade real thin after the morning drop, just between like uh sorry, after the morning drop yesterday. Ooh, hold on, I just messed that up. It was around there. Here? Might be around there. After the morning dump yesterday, we just didn't see any pressure applied to it, right? Like no one was buying here, no one was really selling down here. It just stayed mostly flat for the entirety of the day. If some liquidity has come back beyond what we've seen, in the volatile pre-market, then I think we could see it bounce back up into like the 380 range, maybe even back up to like 382. But it's Friday. I don't expect a crazy amount of price action here. BBBY, same like dumpster fire. I don't know. We're, have we crossed the line so far? We're going to start agreeing with short sellers who are obviously advertising to advantage their position. Might as well write something on the screen that says DN spike equals poo poo. Yeah, but even if I do that, people are just going to be like, why poo poo? How did I DM you a picture? I met Cohen last night. On the Discord. Jeff. Sandro. Did you tell him to buy the rest of Bobby? But yeah, on the Discord is the best way. The link's down in the description. NFT bathrobes. Okay. What the fuck? BBBY seem like Kopi Luwak? Maybe. Still thinking Cat has ups before July OPEX. Hoping so. I mean, I don't like today's price action, obviously. But we'll see how the Dow does. How's the Dow doing already? Down quite a bit this morning. There's a Chicago manufacturing report at 9:30. So that just came out. It may not be so bearish. Although I don't really know how much it'll affect Caterpillar. I might just average down. We'll see. Do you think we'll see a general turnaround in August market-wise? I mean, that's kind of, no. Like, economically? No, absolutely not. Seller exhaustion, same like bears drying their tears of exhaustion with wads of $100 bills. Yeah, pretty much. Today's Friday? Thursday? I don't know. What day is today? Thursday? Oh, yeah, it is Thursday. Son of a bitch. All right, well, so it can be spicy then. I thought BBY had only 100 million in cash. Have more? What? They have 0.2 million in assets or something, liquid assets, and I think 0.9 million in cash. Or 0.9 billion, sorry. 0.2 billion and 0.9 billion. It's in their earnings report. Like the fucking phone call yesterday. It's not Friday. Yahoo running FUD article praising Triton for decluttering BBBY stores. Huh. It's Friday Eve. Yeah, there you go. Why poo poo? Which poo poo? How deep we drilling today? Oh, I don't know if we're gonna drill today or not. It'll depend. It's the beginning of the drill down. Could take a few days. Trying to think of where the last delta neutral flip was. It was somewhere around here. Back in May, I think. Let me look at fucking JFresh's chart. Yeah, I think the last delta neutral flip that we saw in GME was back here. It was either at the beginning of May. Yeah, I think that's the last time we saw that spike. So it could be a couple days before we really drill down, but it's there nonetheless. How are you feeling about the cat calls? I don't know. I'll probably hold on to them. Did I miss a Ko-Fi? Sorry. 1 second. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Greg, for July OPEX, it would be smart to save up my cash to scalp some calls, hopefully before the 17th. Isn't the 17th a weekend? What were you gonna do with the cash instead? Captain Ventes, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, dude. I appreciate it. Curious how BBY's latest price movement changes your theory that someone who isn't aware of the cycles is trying to suppress BBY to make a buyout offer. Well, BBY never got enough pressure in May because May wasn't really a complete OPEC cycle, right? There was no, even on GME, there was no Gamma Max break. And BBY got some volume and it pushed up a little, but barely, right? If the next OPEX is going to be larger, well, actually, their puts will be gone by then. Their puts all expire on the 15th. I'm not sure if their puts are on the 15th due to OPEX, though, because they got panicky there during May, and they were buying, blocks of like 1,000 puts at a time. So I don't think they were prepared for OPEX, but I think they got lucky in the fact that OPEX wasn't very significant, right? I think they bought those puts for the shareholders meeting, given that they expire the day after. And I think the shareholders meeting will determine whether they leave them in place or move them forward. I wonder what kind of soap they use when they wash FTDs. XRT. You can get it at your local Walmart. Where do you find out what reports are coming out? They're usually like economic calendars, Castellosaurus. There's a bunch of different ones. I doubt I ever will, Elon. Made 25% my port on GME puts yesterday at market open. Figured I'd share the love. I'm still a pour, probably. Good convos. Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. What were the PCE numbers? Are they out yet? Let me check. Do the index annual change was the same year over year. Month over month was up. So expenditures up 4 basis points. Yeah. Expenditures up 4 basis points. Confused about what day it is? You need coffee? It makes today's GME bus plunge seem more exciting, possibly even bearable. Let Carl drive the bus this time. He's expendable. All right. Thank you so much, Bedhead. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers. How much debt do they have? A lot. They've got a big debt problem, and the rate increases aren't helping them. This is my first time here. Super Stonks sent me here for technical analysis, but all I have found is fundamental analysis. Please advise. Hold on, I got you. There. Can you say why DN over GN equals big poo poo? God damn. Because the delta on the chain is now, the delta neutral on the chain is now far higher. So that means that the average range of delta on the chain has moved up, which means at the money, near the money calls sold off. I know it's in a report. I'm still learning to read. No problem, man. Why in cat if you expect drilling? Only expect it for Jimmy. Yeah, I'm not really. I'm not really expecting it market wide. And cat tends to perform pretty well, um, on these market dips. Like if we go back and we look at the last cat rally from like May 25th through June 9th, and some of the ones before that too, like 516 and 5-4. Jimmy was like Jimmy and the market, I think, were both like bottoming out during this period, and it's still rallies. Um, the market turnaround helps it a lot, but these prices are very, very cheap. So I don't really mind, given the amount of time I have, like just averaging down on these calls. Because I mean, it can just bounce here at like 176, and the bounces can be very rapid sometimes. I think there are dividends coming up soon as well, and it's a like fairly fat dividend. So shorts generally don't like to stay in for a very long period of time. Do you know much about the consultant group that BBBY hired? No, but I'm sure Cohen's working with like the strategy team, and he's choosing the consulting groups, or has an influence on choosing the consultant group. I will say, if you're not in a position to average down on cat, then you could consider exiting and getting back in later. I'll probably just average down a little bit. Because I think I have what, like 50 days to expiry? Seems like plenty. Is that a delta triangle? I was just drawing lines. Check Discord DM. Huh. That's funny. pretty soon BBBY will be free, and I will be the single largest shareholder. XRT got re-thresholded? What do you mean? XRT's been on threshold since June 3rd. Or June 17th, rather. It came off the threshold list on June 3rd. Back on the threshold list on the 17th. Something weird going on market-wide on the options chain. The Philly Exchange seems to have replaced the oboe setting the bid ask at most strikes over the last month or so. Interesting. Different DPM? Is Wolverine no longer managing GameStop, maybe? Send me what you got, Sam. They're absolutely at risk of going out of business. It's no opt. I'm long at 163. You think I should attempt a reposition at a lower cost basis? For Jamie? I mean, you're selling at a loss, though. That's kind of shitty. XRT suddenly thresholded? No, it was thresholded on the 17th. It's been thresholded for, like, weeks now. BBBY doing a rip. Fuck off. Costellosaurus, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate it. Riku to you, sir. And hit me up on the Discord, and I will ensure that you gain access to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Let me see where my pigeon whale song is. Hmm. My pigeon whale song is missing. What the fuck? I'm unprepared for this. Hmm. Nope. There we go.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
I think the next run's most likely in July. Haven't been here for a couple days. Any new thoughts on BBY? Still bullish long term. Still in it. Not happy with the current condition. I'm not gonna lie. But I do know that the price is being artificially suppressed right now, so I'm still willing to wait it out. Cat entry looking juicy. Getting there. There's a couple more dollars to the downside here. MOASS on BBBY. Guess you guys missed out. Fueling up the jet now. Someone is definitely buying some. Someone's buying quite a bit of it. Cohen? Let's see here. Mm-hmm. 190? Ooh. Interesting. Jimmy's just drilling. There's some new DD on Supersonic that's all excited about XRT being on the threshold list. They just figured it out, I guess. Jesus fucking Christ. Really? I mean, what the fuck? Now that I'm done with my MBA and wedding, I'm ready to learn more about the market and make more money by giving you more money. Thank you so much, Costelosaurus. I appreciate it, dude. I missed the uproar in the Pores chat last night about JFresh cracking code. Care to expand or not the time? Not much else to say. 190C 819 cat calls. What does Gork think? What does? What do I think? 190 819. They're not terrible. If RC announces another 10% buy-in, big rips, right? DM do something compelling on Bobby. Bobby hit critical mass. Ooh. That's kind of exciting. What's that weighted against, Dork? Economic data is kind of good news, but barely. Monthly core CPI, same. Yearly core CPI, lower. Consumer spending down. Yeah. Personal income unchanged. I know. We went over it earlier. Although, I'm not sure initial jobless claims is good, right? They want unemployment higher, don't they? Well, the Fed does. Jimmy is drilling as the Delta prophecy foretold. Praise VWAP and her holy Grecian cherubs. I don't know. Now I'm worried that fucking Cohen's buying more BBBY and that's going to trigger a rip. Such a bastard. Jan ADC's increased like 5,000 in OI over the last 4 days. I mean, they've been very cheap and earnings was on the table. They also could be sold. But watch out for that. New GD on SS saying that GME moves price moves in cycles based on OPEX. FUD. Do we just get bull trapped by BBBY? I don't know about that. A little bit. And this is just a bull flag right now. If this breaks down, sure, but this isn't like a bull trap. It's just there was buying and now it's stopped. I borrow 65K popped up. Okay. We've been seeing the borrow rate inch down, but just fractional percentages. Um, but seeing shares returns a big deal. About 500 BBBY at close yesterday. Either I'm a genius, Superstock rubbing off on me, or Popcorn Trader's motivational tapes are working. Oh boy. It's weighted against IJR. I don't know if that's correct. Yeah, I don't think it is. IWM is probably the ETF you want to use there. My BBY cost basis is $27. What's my prize? What do you want? It's PC ratio. It's not call put ratio. It's put call ratio. Infinite Gamma Max, here we come. Yeah, I don't know about that. The problem isn't the buying of the calls, it's that the market maker's not hedging them. The market maker's pricing it as if it's going out of business. Would an RC buy put the FTD right before August OPEX? Close. If he bought today, let me think. Shortly before, yeah. I think BBBY is far too liquid to be generating FTDs to that extent. For it to be like a big deal. Institutions have sold off millions of shares over the last month, so I think he has 2 days to disclose any purchase. He can't do that anymore. Now he has to disclose sooner because of his ownership stake. So you'd have to disclose by, if he's buying today, you'd have to disclose by market close Friday. Not full bull anymore, but still 3/4 bull on Bobby. Interesting. Hmm. You mentioned that there's no early covering of the T+28 deferral. Does this mean they can only short till July 19th? No. As far as XRT is concerned, the position should be settled. Like it's considered bought, not yet delivered, right? So as far as their book balancing goes, they have the shares. The actual purchase of the shares though is offset by 28 days in a account against the net capital of the writer of the contract. And then at the end of that 28 days, they have 2 days to settle. So essentially, at the end of it, they have 2 days to complete the buy-in. Hmm. Turning around a bit early there, huh? Very close. Resistance are caught at 175.66. I don't think he can buy 10 million shares. He can buy 20% of the company. But remember, after the share buyback, his percentage ownership is higher than it was. What is BB Boy's ability to do a share offering in the event we rip due to something RC did? I'm pretty good. You'd want them to. A little bit of BBYTA for the thirsty degenerates, please. I mean, it moved up. It looks like it double tops, and it's coming back down. Already crossing below VWAP here. I don't know what TA you want done on a 4-cent price increase over the course of the day. Someone bought some. Quite a bit of it. Then possibly bought some more. If it doesn't break the put wall, nothing's happening with it. I actually think China's about to enter quite the successful macroeconomic environment. BBBY is not a hedge for anything. You could argue that it's a hedge against your own personal wealth. Level 2 order book stacked. August 1910C blocks of 1,000 sitting at the top of the book. They're bumping IV on Bobby. It didn't really drop that much. And IV is down from where it was a few minutes ago. YRC cannot own more than 20% of Bobby. He has a standstill agreement. They're rather cheap now as it is. I think IV on GME is still going to continue to grind down. It's a hedge against green ports. Gherk, blink if I should YOLO my entire inheritance, life saving, and kids' college fund into TR. Oh, Jesus. You still think Snap is cheap? Trading that nowadays. Yeah, but it could be cheaper. You can probably get it back in the like $11 range. You know, I think they're gonna do is I think after getting slammed and the insiders buying more, is that they're gonna announce good earnings next quarter in line with their previous expectations, and then pump the shit out of the stock. But we'll see. Do you think Bobby, this AM, has anything to do with the 10,002 DTE 8C that were bought on the floor yesterday? That's possible, yeah, getting hedged. Although those are probably sold or something. I need to decide if it's DFV or RIP. Yeah, that's a tough decision. What do you think about Cat 200 September 16? Kind of far out of the money. He lost everything buying Bobby at $20. Hmm. Does FINRA short reporting due date mean that shorts covering by the due date? Probably not. Maybe a few of them, but I don't think they give a shit. My decision to YOLO and to SPY... Sorry. SPY leap puts is now looking like the smartest thing I've ever done. I am now Burry. Well, all you have to do to be Burry is buy whatever Burry buys a year later. What makes you think Snap is going to have profitable earnings? All their previous earnings have been good. Snap's killed it. I think even their last quarter was solid. They miss? Yeah, they missed by 5 cents last quarter. But quarter 4, they beat by 10 cents with positive EPS. The current estimate is negative 20 cents a share. And if they beat that, because the CEO came out in the middle of the quarter and he's like, oh, we're going to need to revise down our potential earnings. Right? And then the stock tanked. Then a bunch of insiders started buying. What about Cat 190s for August that were bought when we were at 186? Those are probably okay. You're going to have to wait on them or average them down, but that's why you buy time on it, right? Isn't it already coming back up? Yeah, it looks like it found a little bit of support there. Should pick up another one of these. Well, hands. Snap Edge earnings are coming out months earlier and saying they'd be bad. Watch them knock it out of the park. Yeah, especially with the change to the Apple privacy agreement, right? We saw that little run. That could significantly improve their earnings over this quarter or over this, well, not last quarter, but this coming quarter, quarter 3, I think it'll improve. Maybe a little bit this quarter, actually. Is there still room on the downside for V? Maybe 189? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think V could probably, this is resistance, by the way, where it's at, but it can hit like 191 on the high end. And if we see another tumble in the market, it could go as low as like 184. Do you think RC bought more BBBY today? It's possible. It's crazy how easy it is for them to stair step GME. I mean, I don't think they're putting a lot of effort into it today. We've only traded 300,000 volume. They are absolutely crushing the shit out of implied volatility, though. Oh, I wanted to answer this for the stream because a lot of people have been asking why I buy the Jan 950s. And I think I answered it in Billionaires last night. But these are low delta, very, right? And extremely high Vega, given their position on the chain. Like, generally, Vega's highest at the money. But Vega on Jan 950s is higher. It's like 0.11 than at the money calls like almost 30 days out. So you get the same exposure to implied volatility that you would get with an at the money nearer dated call. Almost no exposure to delta, right? And you get obscene leverage because they're so cheap. And like an at the money call for 30 DTE is like $14 of premium, right? Whereas these are what, like probably like $2 right now, somewhere around there, roughly. So this means regardless of the move in price, the value of the contract doesn't really change. But if IV goes up, it's very sensitive to that shift. So for every point of IV, that contract goes up like $11, roughly. With people not knowing what bid and ask is yesterday, you're quite the optimist to expect people to know what Vega is. Hope springs eternal. Our 6.5cc July 8th safe 25% jump seems crazy. Unlikely in 7 trading days, 0.2 delta. I'd watch out. That was a big buy. Someone bought a bunch. If Cohen announces a buy-in on Friday, your CCs are fucked, right? Unless your cost basis is like $5 and you don't give a shit. What type of IV is a good entry point for those 950s? I try to buy them when we're sub 100 if I can. Right now, IV 30's in like the 100 range. So technically it's still very good right now. But it could be a little better. Bullish oil? I don't know. The oil's got a lot of other bullshit to combat besides just the EPA. I think they're worried about like it's more like supplies crunching because of over speculation. Well, over speculation and the supply crunch are leading to the drop in oil right now. October 390s are a very similar contract. Not sure. Although they may lose. Well, yeah, they're just pretty similar. They're a little more affected by price because they have a little more delta, I think. I think Bobby to 6, end of day. Interesting. I could see that. Blowing up those $5 puts, though, if that's the case. While on the 950C topic, can you go over when to exit? You said in the past you want to exit as the price is climbing. While on the 950 call topic, can you go over when to exit? Oh, yeah, you want to... usually what I do with them, well, is I keep a few, right? Say I buy like 50 of them, right? I'll set like 10 at 1x, 10 at 2, like 10 at 2.5, 10 at 3x, like just limit sells, right? And then like I'll hold 10 and try to sell them on the move up to the peak. So before resistance, as the price is climbing, somewhere in here. Just like a market order. I had like almost 70 of them last time. Or I had 70 of them in June. But I still got out of them with a profit, and they also told me that IV was ticking down. They're a very good barometer of market maker IV pricing. Vega's just delta for IV, correct? Sort of, yeah. If I expect like a big move, I'll set those a little higher and try to make more money off of them. They can like 8 to 10x at the peak. But I'm just giving an example. If Bobby does go to 80, I will buy so many decorative towels. No, you won't. We don't have to lie. None of us are fucking shopping there if it makes us millionaires. Didn't 950s like 4x even at the peak in March? I think they went up way more than I think they went up like 5 or 6x at the peak. NW. I think they went from like 180 or 170 maybe up to like 1390. What about the huge row effect? I'll definitely buy a dysentery vacuum from them, and maybe even one of those Breville double boilers. Those aren't such a bad espresso machine. The double boiler one, like the high end one. I love how my BBBY $70 puts are $5 in the money. 70 puts are $5 in the money, but still down 2%. Freaking Ivy. Oh, the Best Buy ones? Yeah. Why the $7 strike for Bobby and Jan? I didn't have anything sub $10. I think the put walls at 5 and 6 are weak. 7, 8, and 9, they're much stronger. So I went with 7. I'm not going to say I put a lot of thought into that contract, but that was the thought I put into it. Bought the bottom of the cat drop this morning, and I'm up like $1,000. Woo. August 19th. And we can just go up till then. Yeah. Nice, by the way. All of my cat calls currently down about 10%. But yeah, if it moves up, they'll print. I averaged, so I got some cheap at the bottom. And oh, fantastic. I'm getting margin warnings about Caterpillar again. Fuck off. FTD report out. Nice. Is it too early to buy Snap $12 calls August 22? Should I wait a little bit? I'd wait a little bit. I'd wait till after SLD. When's their earnings report? Their next earnings is July. Is that 25th? July 21st. Is it too late to buy puts on GME? No, but it's riskier, right? Because we've already broken down from the resistance. There could be other opportunities to enter. Should I buy a couple hundred Best Buy shares and exercise the puts at break even? Is that a viable way to recoup some profits from the play? Yeah. Thanks to the paper, not financial advice, bro. Yeah, I mean, if you have a put that's like in the money, but you're down on IV, but you can buy the shares at a cheaper strike. So like you have 70s, it's trading at what, like 65. You can buy the shares and exercise it. Jimmy has a few 500,000 FTD days. Nice. I knew it. Motherfuckers. Where's AMD's next support? 72? Yeah, 72.50. Although I wouldn't consider this trend broken yet. There's like no volume traded below it yet. It could still bounce here. Quarter bull. Jimmy on Reg Show by September. If this keeps up, yeah, maybe. FTD's into next OPEX is tasty. It is. I think he can only wait till tomorrow if he bought today. Like 2 business days. Is Via buy at 193? It could technically fall lower. It's finding some support here, though. Sometimes it is, yeah. I just think if we're going to see a slide over the next couple weeks that we could see lower than like 189. We may see a bounce here, but it may not get a lot of range on it, would be my concern. I was talking about this yesterday. With all the seller exhaustion, we could see kind of a little bounce market wide. If just a little buy pressure comes in. But I think going into the latter half of this month, it's not looking good. Dun, 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 dun. Oop. Hey, Jimmy, doing a full inverse head and shoulders breakout with the SPY here. How long do you plan on holding those GME puts? Probably a few more days. We'll see. If this breakout's strong enough, I'll close them and reopen. I think this is just us moving with active funds, though. The Fed meeting? When's there a Fed meeting? Floor trade from yesterday. 10,000 block. Interesting. Remember, gamma neutral will act as a ceiling. Or can act as a ceiling. What's it at? 120 today? Thoughts on DDS at 225? It's pretty cheap. Although I think it can go a little lower. I don't really have this in the right position. I can see it bouncing here off 221 again. Before starting its move up, but it may have like one more leg down. And maybe it could hit like the 215 range. Possibly. It's kind of the same setup that Stefan freaked out about last time. Why did Jimmy bounce? It only bounced $2. Relax. And largely because the SPY ripped. I thought DN was 114 yesterday. I think it was 119 yesterday. Is delta neutral spiking a bad thing? Why is delta neutral spiking a bad thing? It means that the delta on the chain has moved further up. So lots of puts and near the money call selling. Or in the money call selling. My new trading strategy is to do the opposite of what I think. But wait, if you're thinking of doing the opposite of what you think, don't you need to trade the opposite of that? We gotta fall into the 114 range before we talk about 108. That guy belongs here. He's been here a long time, so I'm gonna agree. Just switch put and call when entering an order in. What's your price target for cat? Also, what are the resistances? Jesus Christ. I went over them earlier. They're in the country club. There, I did it, guys. Max paid is 130. We get up there by tomorrow? No. Max Payne's irrelevant, first of all. Completely. Chill. I have 500 Amazon, cost basis 110.85. How bad is it going to be? I really don't see Amazon below 100. Did you sell covered calls? There's a fucking sweet covered call opportunity back here. I've been successful on day trading the SPY, but I'm always in too early and sell too early, which limits my gains. Well, the selling too early, I mean, that has to do with probably your stop adjustment. You need to give yourself a little room if you're confident in your breakout. In too early is never a bad thing. If you're seeing theta decay, don't use 0 DTE contracts. if you're in so early that it's like dipping, you're just entering at the wrong time completely. So if you're buying in, like say it's at resistance, right? And you're buying in here, and then you're holding that through like a drop and then a climb. This is just a shit entry, right? Like you should have bailed on this entry right here, then bought back here and followed through, right? As far as like trading resistances on the SPY, it's tough because like when it tests the resistance, you want to tighten up your stop. So say you have a stop back here at like profitability, and it's moving up to resistance, like you want to bring your stop up as it moves up, right? But you want to leave enough space that you're not going to drop out on a rejection if you think it's going to continue up. If you tighten up your stop too much, even on volatility, like you could get stopped out, right? So you wanna like give it a little slack, you know? DJD, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, dude. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Oh, not the country club. Shit. The Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the Advancement of Cooing and Other Lofty Goals. Flock pigeon whales. Join your newest boy.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
What's up? Two more and you can do full bowl by yourself. I don't like it. Too many gurks spoil the stock. This is really condescending. This is fun. Hold on, I'm having a lot of fun with this. My God. POV? That's the opposite of VWAP. All right, we'll save that for a more bullish day. I don't want everyone getting too excited. You're interviewing the other singers from Full Bowl. Tesla at 650 a buy. Uh Where's Gaff? Gaff should be excited as fuck today with the FTD report out. Jesus fucking Christ. We were one day off from hitting Reg Show. Which day? Looks like as of 6:15. Depending on what FTDs were on 6:15, we had 4 days in a row with greater than 0.5% of shares outstanding failed. I think you're already in it, GME Neutron. If you were a dillionaire, if you were a dillionaire already, you should be in. Don't say Friday when we all bailed. No, Tuesday. Tuesday before the bail. Is Spy just gonna get bullish now? So I will drop these fucking puts like a hot potato. Ew. How are people not buying this for this sweet ass dividend yield? It's like 2.68% on increased earnings. The fucking dividend's gonna hit like, it's gonna be so much. $16 a share in a couple years. 1,400 watchers, less than 500 likes. Should I buy puts on pickle likes? If you guys could, can we get the likes up? It does stuff. Thank you. Did Juneteenth save them from Reg Show? No. I'm sure they just exercised into many calls and that saved them from Reg Show. Wouldn't Anthony Chicumba tarred and feathered in the middle of the NYSE? It's a good question. I don't know. What does the spike in delta neutral mean? Ouchie down downs? I will like it if you look at the Barbie chart. Boom. There. Earned. Off. Can you look at EVFM? Doing a little bit of a thing. Oh, God. Yeah, it is. Probably some approval or something. Cat had a nice FTD day on June 10th. Interesting. Thoughts on Shrelly's call yesterday? What's he after? Seems he was really interested in the AMC holders and the mentality. Suspicious. Did you see that combined Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, Nvidia, Netflix, HG, and PayPal have lost over 4 trillion in market cap in 2022? Wowzers. Yeah. Fang has been defanged. Yeah, but significantly. Do you think next week will be our lure for this cycle or the week after that? Probably next week. Finally bought at the bid. It feels good to have instantly profitable, long dated option. Nice. Could you stand on camera, on the camera, and tell me my call entries are trash? I got tricked, Carl. I didn't know it was a sub $1 stock. It didn't have a 5-letter ticker. BBBY up 3% after only falling 23% yesterday. I'm feeling nice. Congratulations. Why next week rather than the week after for GMA? Next week could be weird with the XRT thresholding on Friday. I don't know what that's going to do to the price. Do you think the vote on Bobby is going to clear the board? Do you think that's why the CEO stepped down? Maybe. Are you bullish on Costco Jan 23 calls? What strike? I'm bullish on Costco, but like what strike are you looking at? Like if you're talking like 500, absolutely. If you're talking, 550, 600, maybe not. Up 10% on a negative 70% BBBY position. Bullish. I hear you, Carl. Is the SPY just going to keep pushing up? It's a good time to jump back in on some GME puts. It's not a terrible opportunity now. Was BTC a buy at $1 per Bitcoin? Absolutely. IWM FTDs are way more bullish than XRT. IWM's much bigger than XRT. So the failures are proportional. Ooh, SPY's breaking. That's interesting. SPY back to 380? I was right. How high do you see SPY climbing the next 2 days? I don't know. I still think that 380 range is going to be kind of a hard resistance. Do I have that open here? Oh, come on. Fucking Christ. Why does it do that? What a piece of shit. Um, so yeah, if we see a bounce here, I'm thinking like 380, maybe up to like 383 again. I don't know if we'll break 385. That seems like it would require a little more pressure than we're likely to see. So somewhere in this range. I know it's a little offset, but these two resistances, the yellow and the orange. No problem. All right. 126C next Friday. Bad for what? GameStop? Why? What time scale is the best for using RSI? I mean, daily, but like it's more accurate on the daily. But if you're using it for day trading, I prefer the 5 minutes of the 1 minute. The 1 minute's too sensitive. So's the 2. I really don't like the 2 minute either. I don't like the 2 minute for anything, actually. Will Jimmy float up with a spy? I mean, they'll try to prevent that from happening, but it can, yeah. How bad of an idea is it to hold Tesla puts overnight? Holding any Tesla options overnight is very risky. I just made so much money selling that other guy 126 covered calls for next Friday. I can't believe Coors is doing a collab with Shkreli. The dude's literally gonna give away his audience on a silver platter. Probably. Does the FTD report make you feel bullish as fuck? Yes. Are CCs for next Friday a bad idea with GME's XRT situation? If holding them through close next Friday is a bad idea, yeah. Why so confident on downs this week and next? There seems to be a sweet spot to keep Poor's priced out of options around 120. Because they're trying to grind the price down. Like it's very visible in the options chain. They're buying lots of in the money puts, not just out of the money. Um, they're putting some pressure on it, you know. I'm ready to be hurt again. Me too. Do you like to answer questions with just one word? I mean, I have to answer so many. It's efficient, right? Can't kick July OPEX like they did with June OPEX? As far as we're aware, no. We think they kicked June into July. Again, these are compounding, and we're still looking for other evidence of June being kicked into July. So far, we've been seeing the things that we want to see. How many peak FTDs in the new report? The peak FTDs for GME were 673,000 on 613. Was that the 600,000 shares? It could have been. I mean, we see them exercising the in the money call contracts to reduce those numbers, right? How many peak FTDs in the new report? Are there 64 dark pools? There are 64 dark pools. Why so many? In case you need more? I hope they kick I hope they kick July into my wallet. You son of a bitch. Don't read over my important statement. I'll repeat it. Do a collab with Guybrush. That's not possible. If they kick the can against the wall, can they move July OPEX into June? Um no. Is this the MOASS? T plus 35 plus 2 on FTDs. On FTDs, yeah. The T plus 2 you're looking at's the print, though. If you had to buy a dividend stock, which one would it be? DDS? Ew, no. I'd probably just buy a shitload of Caterpillar, actually. CSPs. Oh shit, I was supposed to be timing an entry on the SPY. Motherfucker. Ah! Chase? Could. I have to buy in the money. I'll just wait. God damn it. Yeah, O's good too. SCHB, I think it is decent. Is that what it is? SCHB. This one? Did you drop your GME puts or are you buying more? I'll probably buy more. We'll see. Hope it's safe. I'm not, if not, I'm not really worried about getting assigned. Fair. QYLD? It's okay. Is there much room to move down? I mean, I think it's only going to move down if they put pressure on it again. SPY going to fail the breakout? This still looks super bullish. We get another entry on the 376s? Maybe. You buy Realty Income all the time. It's one of the most popular dividend stocks. Yeah, it is. I didn't say 126 CCs were dumb. I just asked, somebody was going to buy 126 calls and I asked why. Lower high on GME and not following the SPY as much. Yeah. I have a 6C for BBBY expiring tomorrow. Sell while I'm up. If you have the opportunity to capture profits on a weekly, generally you take it. Unless you're going to exercise it. Do you think it's better strategy to hold my 135p for the big dip on July 11th after the XRT rip, or dump them the next few days and buy new ones at market open on 11th? We don't know if GameStop is going to rip after hours due to XRT thresholding. Just because that happened once before doesn't mean it'll happen again, but it's something to be wary of. I met JFresh about the cat ticker will be 220 end of month. Is that what he's saying? Full Bowl song is stuck in my head for no apparent reason. Please make it go away. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, once does not make a pattern. Not that it's a pattern, right? It would just be expected clearing of exposure due to the thresholding and moving to the new audit system. But yeah, I would be very wary of it though. No, I was asking if JFresh was killed by the pores yet. Oh no, he's probably okay. He's very slippery. He's hard to catch. He always lands on his feet. And he can jump like 10 times his own height. So ascending wedge on the SPY. We'll see. It could, yeah, it could fail. Absolutely. But if you look further out, there's a chance for it to break up. What's the new audit system? Oh, when they move onto the threshold list, they're no longer submitting audits to standard. They're submitting them to the SEC. So the auditing system for the ETF switches. Puts AL puts like around 14, but I'm out around early today. Crude broke 106. So I think there may be some relief. That's possible. 50% on some Tesla 1 DTE. The trend looks good. Probably ride these into the dirt. Up 50% on some Tesla 1s. Careful with that. I'd be very cautious holding Tesla overnight right now. Is there a resistance level coming up on the SPY? It's at one. It's trying to break out of the 170 like 6 resistance. I have a 267.50 put expiring July 8th. You're probably fucked. I don't know. Home Depot's been wonky the last like few days. It was kind of weird yesterday. I think it's just tracking the market movement up to the upside today, but there's not a lot of range on that put. You know, the downside here is like 164. And the real resistance is like right at your strike. So it's very possible that you don't see that print. Or if it was going to, you know, it did this morning and you didn't get out. So you've overheld it a lot. You're gonna need a downturn in the market of significant magnitude, probably to see that print. Because your strike's like right at resistance. What other data is coming out this week? Is there a nice way to tell someone they've overheld? Probably not. Intellectually, I think it's a great idea to buy puts on GME, but every time I've been about to recently, my gut reaction has stopped me. Maybe it isn't just gut. All these FTDs have to balance DN. Not really. Remember, they can clear FTDs through CNS. They just need volume. They don't need fucking price action. So it can create volatility. Also, those FTDs aren't due yet. Does XRT being on reg show means they can't abuse it to short GME? It fucks up. I think it fucks up their liquidity in it. Hey, it's breaking up. So they don't have to report the previous abuse to the SEC, but they have to abuse it in a whole new and different way in order to be in line with the SEC audit regulations for thresholded securities. But like thresholding XRT doesn't stop its usage. I should be more clear on that. Like they continue to short with XRT even if it is on reg show. What do you think about the DDS chart on the daily? I still think DDS is going to fall a little lower. It can even move back down into like the what 220 range, maybe 215. It's picking up like more volatility over time. Did you exit your August and Jan BB boy calls or roll? I rolled August to Jan, and then I bought some more Januaries today. S&P meeting a little resistance at 3780, which is where we opened. Yeah. It'd be sweet if it fucking makes that move back up, though. Or is it harder for them to manipulate the SPY unlike GME? I mean, the SPY is much bigger, right? And it's also tracking the index. Did you see Lauer's video about DRS? No. Went long ES and SPY at the bottom. Nice, dude. I just want an opportunity to get out of my 370s that I couldn't close on the last peak. Did you see Lauer's new OnlyFans? Spicy. Bastard. Does he wash his hair? Is your resistance on cat at 180 right now? Sorry if we went over this. It's at like 182. Think you're a better trader than DFV? I think he's a better investor than you. I don't know, because I don't really know much about his success outside of GameStop. I don't think he traded a lot, though. I know I saw some videos of him doing TA, and his TA seemed solid. But I don't know how many, like, he seemed to be more of like a DCA, buy-in, average down kind of guy on the positions that he had at the time he was like making videos and doing his stream. If you're using the GameStop argument, he just wins every contest. Yeah. But I mean, I don't really know the like returns on his portfolio outside of GameStop, right? So it's just like I'm weighing it against an unknown. For all we know, the rest of his port was just doing shit or like returning 8% a year, and GameStop just went ape shit. But like I don't really know. I don't know that much about like what his return rate was. I mean, the types of investments that he tracked were risky, right? But with very high opportunity potential. So you'd expect a portfolio of mostly losses made up for by the stocks that do very well. You have to at him, quick name, if you want to ask him. I mean, there's some dude out there who made like $1 billion off SHIB, right? And we don't even know who the fuck he is. No, I've followed up on some of the stuff that he had on his old portfolio, and he did well. Spy mooning, yeah. My spy calls are silly profitable at this point. I have some minis. They're okay. I don't know about silly profitable. A break of 380 would be fucking dope. He was averaging like 80, 100% a year. Also, he said that was his goal. He had a few tickers to zero. Yeah, I mean that's to be expected though. When you're trying to find value like in those ranges, it's expected to have some of them go to zero, right? BBBY, inverse grandma, maybe. Shit. I need to set a stop here. I should set a stop on these first. Hold on. Another entry. Stop. You called this in our DMs last night? Well played, sir. Thanks, Carl. I think I called it at the end of stream yesterday. Also, so. The problem I have is I don't have a lot of confidence in this upside move. Like, I don't think it's sustainable. It's good. It's a nice move up. If you got in at the bottom, you're definitely profitable right now, but it's I don't think it's very sustainable. And it could have difficulty with the like 378, 380 area. Oh, I got stopped out. Yep. He talked about having multiple 1020xers, and that's what he looks for, but it's risky and not for everyone. But my point is I never saw them, so like I don't know. Like, you know, if you got $500 in a company and it 10x's, like that's great, but I don't know how diversified his portfolio was. It's just a complete unknown. And then after GameStop, it's really there's no comparison. He had 100 million in Clove. Could you move down the DNGMGN info? I learned a lot from watching you set limit sells and buys. Oh, you should still be able to see the order. But yeah, I can move that. Ugh. Cat over 185 this week? Maybe. It's got to break 182 first. That's the significant range. So it's got to get back over this right here, like 182.63. If you guys want to know about the cat play, it's in Pickles Picks. I gotta stop answering those questions on stream. If I had access to day trades, I would either be rich right now or at a Wendy's. That's fair. Did I just switch to spy puts on the peak? Yes, I did. Feeling good. Nice, dude. But aren't you a zillionaire, Bob Vance? Did you double down on cat? I have 47 contracts right now. And fucking they keep giving me margin alerts, but I'm nowhere near my limit. Fuck off. I don't know what I don't know what you are either. Pickles picks same like pay to win? No. This is the fucking stock market. It is pay to win. You're saying my poorly timed September 195C for cat isn't dead? No, but you may have to wait on it a bit. Spy pullback to 375? Yeah, it absolutely can. It's got some resistance right here. Those marginal alerts aren't for you, they're for BlackRock. Bob Vance, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, dude. I thought you already were one, but I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord or check the announcements channel for the pins and link up your YouTube account. Get the cash in advance because we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD because when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, because I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying Pickles Picks are an educational opportunity presented weekly for paper traders to learn about the types of trades that I look for in the market. They're not for everyone, and they are definitely not financial advice. What's a paper trader? Paper traders, you underestimate us. Yeah, no problem, dude. BBBY update? It's at $5. Who gives a shit? There's no update. I'll update you on the 15th when they shed the puts. For pigeon wheels, can we get something like a roast coffee roast pick or a recipe? Hmm. Paper traders, same like paper hands, same like Moonwind. Good entry for GME puts. It's not terrible. Mine are close to zeroing out. If the spy fails here, which I will be honest, this doesn't look great. But it could bounce. If there's a failure here and it falls below the EMA 30, then maybe GameStop might slip again. So it's just moving in such weird proportions to the SPY. Bounced off the 60. It's strong, but weakening. It's interesting that there's so much movement in the midday. What's this? 30,000 shares bought. That's pretty significant. What's Philly looking like right now? Is Philly still doing its bullshit? Hold on. Exchange. No, Philly's not doing a lot today. It's interesting. How the fuck do they know how many FTDs they're creating daily? That's got to be one position, right? There's no way they could have that much control otherwise. Interesting. Just fucking Susquehanna short GME? Probably. Bunch of assholes. Don't see much. Yeah, I don't see it either. Doing fundamental analysis today? No. Well, sometimes. What kind of money would DFV be able to make from streaming today, you think? I have no idea. Oh, shit. Hold on. There's another fucking VWASP. Paul's deep. Thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. For all you guys that are becoming Zillionaires, hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Just short the SPY now? Going short SPY now? I don't know yet. I'm waiting. I stopped out of my... I stopped out of my minis and my calls, so... I'm waiting to see. Lower high right now, but... This is still consolidating. Keith Dubose, thank you also, man. I appreciate it, dude. Dubois? No. Dubose. I don't know. Steam being released on ETFs. Jamie XRT diverged hard in the morning and became correlated later on. Interesting. Good news, I sold my house and made a nice profit. I told her a pickle told me to put it all on BBBY weeklies. She said this isn't working. I think she's referring to the old fridge. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You need to douse that motherfucker's balcony with pesticide. Manu, thank you too also, dude, for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it, man. DeBose? Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Keith. Is there any support you'd look for in Cat to add more 190 August calls? I might buy some more 190s if it breaks 182 again. Is the timing of evasion of gamma exposure by MMs an implication that MMs are the ones avoiding GME going on reg show and therefore the biggest short bag holder in this? No, I don't think so. I don't think MMs would be just carrying short positions outside of their hedge. Is it possible to drop matches onto the balcony below you? Why would I do that? What's up with the membership FOMO today? I don't know. Remember when Streamlabs used to automate your membership songs? Yeah, once upon a time. Hopefully this bodes well for the end of the day. I mean, it's mostly just tracking the SPY's movement up, right? The question is the SPY about to double top here? I don't like this. But I do like this. Ko-Fi? But there's no Ko-Fi. Dubois? Jean-Claude Van Damme. What's up, dude? So wait, the guy below you has a whole balcony, but you can't even open your window 2 inches? And it opens like an inch and a half. Why do people who say thus annoy me? What about thusly? Breaking out. Ooh, this is gonna rip. Hold on. How do you drink your coffee? Asking for when I will intern at your hedge fund. Black. Ice. 18 grams in, 36 grams out. Over ice. A medium to medium dark roast. SPX broke up. But still be careful. Yeah. It's a tricky zone. Blacking on the rocks? Yeah. Jimmy about to break uptrend on VUPS. We might run up to DN. No fucking way. What's the FTD date for today? May 24th? What were the FTDs for May 24th? They weren't that high, were they? I think we secretly get PFOF from Ken Griffin and Jeff Yass. It's not Jim Yass. It's Jeff. $170,000? Yeah, it's not that much. Why waiting to buy Jimmy calls closer to save on Theta? Yeah. Theta gets really expensive when you're buying into larger positions. Are you supplying VIX with the SPY? No. I mean, like, I have my VIX hedge in place. How do you pronounce Jeff? Jeff. Ugh. What's weird, this really isn't driving IV up very much. IV on July 15th is still below 100. And we're under 1 million volume. Yeah, you need another plus. You need +2 on that. There is no such thing as T plus 35. It's T plus 2 plus 35C. The bar chart thing I think is mostly wrong in the way it counts. Are they starting to cover Gex? Their Gex is negative today. Can BBY actually go bankrupt? Not immediately. T plus 35 makes it sound like it's 35 trading days. Yeah, that's the problem with it. One of them. Looks like a recovery of the hammering it took overnight. I mean, it's partially that. But I mean, we were talking about expecting this yesterday. I think it can move up like into this range before seeing a rejection. I don't know if it'll see that range today. It may take like till tomorrow. Sorry, hedge Gex? Oh, okay. That makes sense. I think this is just active fund pressure. Shares back on IBKR. Multiple sources reporting GME public float now 99.74 million, exceeding shares outstanding. Sounds like bullshit. Trades, the stock god. Oh, fucking Christ. Hold on. That's some funny shit. Who gives a fuck what they're reporting the shares outstanding as? It's irrelevant, right? Think about lowering my BBY cost basis along with the shorting until we're both bankrupt. Solid plan. Interesting. Hedging Joshua Kraft. Why though? Seller exhaustion? For what? We're up 86 cents on the day. It's not like a big deal. On no volume. Triple top? Maybe. No, this still looks bullish. It's pushing up, it's just kind of slow. And the volume's still pretty low for today. Average down my puts. Ah, god damn it. You retracted your super chat again? You think the GDP report will affect July OPEX negatively? Market big downs can't be good going into OPEX. I don't know how much it matters. If they're actually covering, I don't know if it matters if the market's going down or not. Like, active fund pressure is very minimal. Off exchange dark pools at 55%. Cool. I should make pickle themed children's books about technical analysis. So you can get your kid to trade for you. If you think SPY will hit in the low 380s tomorrow, then wouldn't it be smart to hold off on GME put entries till then? Possibly. It depends on if it hits it today or not. We have to see if it fails. This is not a very, like, decisive move up. It's nice, it's pushing, but it's pushing very slow. And this could easily turn around. Atlanta Fed quarter two GDP now falls to negative 1% from plus 0.3. Interesting. I tried signing up for a Pigeonwell membership with my EBT card, and it was declined. Sorry. Thanks, TJ. All of the deferral obligations should run into July. Yes. Well, that's what we're thinking. We're still waiting for more proof. Seeing shares return today is a good signal, though. Is this MOASS? Not yet. EBT card? Whoa, Mr. Moneybags over here. Is Jan 950 a good way to play 7 to 8? Oh, 7, 8. Could be. If we saw a repeat, although I think at the money calls would probably be better. Any chance you can tell me your opinion on AMP? Sure. Ameriprise. Oof. I mean, I don't like where it's headed right now. Your next serious resistance is at 226. And then 217, but it looks like it's, yeah, it looks like it's, I need to look at the 1 hour on this. Hold on. Well, it's bouncing here. If this sustains and carries it back up over 250, it has a chance of holding this level. If this breaks down, I think it's going to break down. Like, on the long term, it looks like it's going to break down to 226. I don't know how long that's going to take, but there may be cheaper entries. An option here would be, like, if you're buying for, like, buy and hold to DCA it. If you're trying to catch a rally, the bounce has already started. So the opportunity to get in's not as good. I'm at AMP USD. Oh, I don't want. I don't have crypto on here. I definitely don't have AMP on here. United States has to do with the delegation. I think these low volume GME pushes up. Interesting. I don't know. The spy push just feels so weak. It is. It is weak. It's weakening too. AMP USD is partnered with Jamie right now. It's up 80%. Cool. Spy chart and GME chart, the office Pam, they're the same picture. Drawing a line on the descending peaks of Jamie's runs, log scale. The line was in the high 160s during June Apex. GM was 169. Just a coincidence or controlled price? And more range of interest, right, in the options chain. Became a billionaire over the weekend. Membership paid for itself, plus more on Tuesday. Thank you. No problem, man. Congratulations. Double down on your 123p for GME? Maybe. No, I'm not going to double down on them, but I might buy a few more contracts. We'll see. If the active funds are going to stop pushing, it's a possibility. They're not even really shorting it, are they? They're not shorting much right now, no. BBY looks more like UVXY today. Everything else looks like the SPY. What do you think about Jan 23 160Cs? Not the worst. Yeah, MACD looks pretty bearish. But that's because, you know, we've been down. It's not really like a forward indicator of anything. Is she hitting a little resistance? Hopefully it doesn't come way down like yesterday. No, I think it absolutely is going to. There's the failure. Perfectly timed puts. What would be the best what, Magnus? U.S. House Committee on Financial Services doing a hearing today about combating tech bro culture, understanding obstacles to investments in diverse owned fintech. Interesting. That's one of their soon. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. That's one of their big pushes. They have a few. I think it's one of the better ones that the committee's focused on. The other being taking away our options. Yeah, I think it's more just a range of interest in the available call options. What would be the optimal options play for Gen 23 calls? For Jan 23 calls. It depends what you want exposure to. Do you want exposure to Delta or like IV? Or Vega. Like, obviously, like, you know, Jan 120s and like 125s and 130s are fantastic, 150s. Like, that seems like a given, but when you start to get further out of the money, it gets tricky. Hush your mouth. That roaring kitty wasn't me. Imposters? Oh shit. There's multiple roaring kitties now? I don't know what to do with this. What? That means one's real and one's fake. Or they're both fake. Thanks. Really like your stream. Learning a lot and making some money. Nice, man. Just being very cautious with options plays, which is a smart thing to do. But they're both pores. All right. When you're entering more GME puts, I bought a couple like 5 minutes ago. I already have quite a lot of them, so I don't know how many more I'm gonna buy, but I think this morning was an institutional buy-in for BBY. It was a buy-in of some sort. I don't know who, but someone bought a bunch of it. GME puts or SPY puts more profitable? I mean, right now my SPY puts, but that's because they're SPX contracts. And I need to set a stop on them. What's the best entry for Jan 23 calls? Thinking about 160 call. Ivy's low at the moment, so maybe before July 15th. You have a little bit of delta exposure on those, right? Like the delta on those isn't very low. They're going to be sensitive to price change. If we do drop lower going into the rest of this cycle and we do break down officially below 120, there's, you know, they could be for a brief period worth significantly less than you paid for them. So that's something to be aware of. With the IV dropping, I mean, the IV on 160s isn't very high anyway, especially in January. Like, what's it at right now? Do I have my stop set? Yeah, okay. Jan. At the money IV on these is like 113. 160s are relatively the same, like 113.71. I don't really think you're going to see that much of a drop in the implied volatility in these. But if the price drops, you will get a discount. Coors just bet Martin he'd turn 50K into 100K faster than him. Can we short whatever Matt buys? I'm not worried about that competition at all. This is like the perfect time to do some gladiatorial combat. Only the real roaring kitty will survive. Ridiculous. We have two roaring kitties now. Bobby under 5 again. Imagine how many side profiles DFE has now. Just here for the thrills. Thanks, little orphan Danny. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Uptrend weakening. Time for puts. I bought puts on the last. Will Tide skyrocket like DWAC? I have no idea. I play the Russell a bit. NASDAQ and Dow, not as much. What's going on, Dork? Hmm. I think I'll need to wait like 1 to 2 months for an entry. Not necessarily. DM. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Is it reversing or breaking out? I'll just look. I think I have it. Yeah, it looks like it's weakening, right? Big volume spikes like today where they're trying to redeem and totally throw a wrench in the machine. Interesting. GME volume's garbage today, though. I still think the SPY will go down, but I still think it's going to take time to do it, right? Use VWAP to help identify support and resistances. It's its own support and resistance. So this is the range. Let me see if this here. Right there. There we go. That's the range I'm targeting for the SPY to move through. I don't know how many days that's going to take. It could be very fast. Although based on today's volume, probably not. But something like that is kind of what I was expecting. To be fair, it could be rejected lower, right? It could be rejected here at the 380 resistance. So that's why I said this area you need to be really careful of because it's very risky. It's still very risky. This looks super good, though. Ah. Are we running? We're just pushing up with the active funds. That's why we have no volume. Am I averaging quicker if more volume comes in? Interesting. What are you waiting at to, Dork? IJH? XRT or just XRT, XRT? No problem, man. It was 123.17 week. Yeah, it's not very strong. Just XRT double weight. Okay. Ooh. Did you sell your GME puts? No. I bought some more like 15 minutes ago. What's up with the delta neutral spike? It's a bearish signal. I mean, they don't need to short us back down if the SPY fails, right? All of this movement is tracking with active funds. There's no volume. Remember those long dated contracts I bought that were instantly profitable because I bought the bid? Well, what? Up or down? Isn't GME on the screen? Oh, shit. On here, right? Following the SPY. It's getting weaker and weaker. SPY broke 380. So I don't know if the SPY is getting weaker. Can you give a brief explanation of what SLD is? It's the supplemental liquidity deposit schedule for FINRA. So they have to deposit cash in order to maintain margin. Collateral deposits, essentially. If you look up supplemental liquidity deposit, you'll find more information on it. When do you use each? I usually use both. Are we going to see any more downside this week? It depends on if the SPY drops or not. Cut nearly 182. It needs to break 182.50. WeBull Desktop 6.0 just came out. Oh, cool. Dude, you're Persian? I'm not fucking Persian. I'm not Moroccan either. On behalf of the poors, we respectfully request full bull. No. I'm not Greek either. I'm Puerto Rican. Reach out to Shkreli and do an interview? Nah. What are your thoughts on buying land in Puerto Rico? For taxes? It's an option. Should I close my puts or is it temporary? I think it's temporary. But if you are uncomfortable with the risk you've taken on, you should determine that for yourself. Everything's transitory. What are your thoughts on buying land in Iran? I hear the rugs are quite nice. The better for pulling. Bought my puts here at the top. It feels good. It does. Yeah, that's not even a lot of range. Kirk's nationality is full bull. Not yet. The spy just moves like a clock. It's so weird. Sorry, I'm ticking around with entropy on the spy. Ugh. God. That's disgusting. Dork, did you update this? Looks like some hard downs we're about to experience. Y'all have never met Persians if you think Gurk is Persian. My man might look Arab from the Levant or Hispanic, maybe even Slavic. Gurk is worldwide. Is the evolution of the Italian stallion, the Italian bull? What's up, Gurk? Joining for lunch. What's up, man? Missed the stream entirely yesterday since I was busy as fuck. No worries. BBY still a buy in your eyes, or more risk of it going out of business now? Oh man, I bought more today. I'm just doubling down my losses. You know, I don't think they're going out of business quickly. I think Chicumba's full of shit. I think they are making 1.5 billion a quarter in net sales. The problem is, I think the SG&A from fucking Harmon and Baby are just killing by Bed Bath and Beyond, because Bed Bath and Beyond is their worst sector of their business right now. Um, but they have 1.1 billion in liquid assets and cash, and then they've got you know, another, I forget how much on their revolving credit line. So I think they're going to be okay, but they need to make moves quick. And I think Cohen's in a crunch. I'm very interested to see what he does here. Can you explain a bit of the technicals on active funds buying and selling with the market? Well, they track indexes generally. And when the index goes up, they buy more. When it goes down, they sell some off. So they're constantly moving in and out of positions as the index fluctuates up and down. As the weighting of each individual asset in the index changes, I should say, more accurately. Me and my wife enjoy this roller coaster ride with you. Pickle has been a household name for over a year. Thanks to the education on the market, we appreciate it. Ride till we die. Thank you so much. I have the power. I appreciate it, man. You guys still have wives? That'd be a good pull. RC buys his last chunk. Can he manage a hostile takeover at BBY shareholders meeting? I don't think that's how that works, but I mean, he can give himself more ownership. Is BBBY your worst play so far, as it currently stands? Of course, yes. It is. It is the worst position in my portfolio by a lot. To be honest, anything else that came anywhere near this level of loss would have gotten cut and thrown out like a fucking shitty stepchild. I still like it. Would the ups not start a bit before that date? No. Do you see my question or my shadow band? I see you. I don't know if I see your question. Um, Rich side of Italy or poor side? No, no. Ask it again. Or try rephrasing it. YouTube sometimes censors them. The CEO of Cerberus and RC have a gladiatorial fight for control over BBBY. You know, can we stop with the gladiatorial shit? You said you were going to start being nice to me. Oh, yeah, about that. Stop it. If you weren't such a fucking disappointment, I would be. Um, are we learning from you or are you learning from us? I don't know. I did buy more puts when you guys got super bullish. So far, that's been a good decision. Okay, we're good then? Wait, you're not gonna ask the question? Just whatever. At one of the analyst price targets of $2, wouldn't it just be something to buy and liquidate to make a profit? I think the analysts are full of shit, as they usually are. I held on to my August calls Tuesday, thinking something spicy might happen with earnings on BBBY. Oh boy, was it spicy, but completely the wrong way and no stop. Just holding them to the grave now. No stop. Yeah, I mean, I definitely took a hit on the August options, but I cashed them out before earnings and then rolled them over a little bit yesterday, a little bit today, out to January. Can you shadow ban me? Hmm. No? I can time you out. I don't really understand how hostile takeovers work. You also don't understand how calls work, but you still buy them. There they go, creating on XRT again. Yeah, did you see the DM I sent you? Oh, that was the one I sent you is GME. Look how it just peaked right there. So perfect. So much downside range. Should I ask you if I'm shadow banned, or would you rather just answer my question about the large amount of FTDs due tomorrow? 523K. And how will they affect the downs? 700K due Tuesday. Remember, the FTDs being due does not create price action. It creates volatility. It wasn't super chat questions. I've been asking a bunch of poor people questions. You didn't see them. Well, I'm here. Spy prediction tomorrow. I've gone over that like 50 times today, but I think it's going to either fail in the current range or there's a little more upside potential. So maybe a little potential up to like 383, 382. So yeah, I would say between 382.07 and 383.30, there's a chance of a move into that range. If it happens, not only do I think it will be weak, but I think it'll be very short-lived. Right now, it looks like it's going to fail the 380 test and not even get up that high. But we'll see if the buyers are done for the day. No, you're not shadow banned, Dave's bullish baconator. Only 10 dislikes today, 9 of which are stepchildren. Yeah, it's pretty usual. I know that you focus on options, but what part of these cycles do you feel is a good time to rebalance shares for a better cost basis? I mean, rebalance implies that you'd be selling them and then buying back in. I mean, obviously you'd want to sell in the high ranges and like at like 160 and higher, and then buy back in sub 120, right? Can you make shadow band a banned word, please? Made some cash on spy calls today. You've taught me so much and inspired me to learn much more. Thanks for what you do, dude. Thank you so much, Purple Hulk. Congratulations on your gains, by the way, man. Gurk, should I ask you if I'm shadow banned? Okay, no, I already read that. I understand how calls work at least 60% of the way. BBY is sticking to $5 like a magnet. Yep. Why don't you ever DM me? I have nothing to say to you, Donzino. Do we think the put wall will capitulate after 7:15? I think they'll make a decision on 7:15. Something's happening near the shareholders meeting that's relevant to those puts. Hey Gert, can you fill in the blank? Lots of GME FTDs, XRT on reg show, question, potential violent upside. Also, do you think my Leaply put calls will print? I don't know about your Leaply put calls. GME FTDs does not lead into XRT on reg show. XRT on reg show is in order to disperse GME FTDs. So they want to take ideally they want to take those GME FTDs, right? And they want to route them through as many possible channels as they feasibly can. And so on, right? And what that does is that then breaks them up into these infinite liquidity CNS pools, right? And then any excess FTDs that they can't do this with. So whatever remainder there is, they use in the money calls. But when liquidity tightens up on the ETFs, the number of shares they're able to pump into them decreases, right? Which means there is a greater remainder of FTDs. What's up, Kevin? Just tuning in. Can we talk about how spicy the GME FTD data is for the first half of June? It's very spicy. I just want to take this moment to say I called it. Fuck you, Gaff. The spring isn't uncoiling. Tightening spring. More fucked. End this unjust shadow banning of the Daves. Okay, not shadow banned Dave of the Pigeon Whale Daves. Sarah, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Got a very odd question today. Talking with my bank dude, if I was interested in investing in mink farms, they killed them all during in Denmark during COVID. Should I get a new bank dude? What? So wait, your bank dude wants you to invest in mink farms? Or alternatively, you want to invest in mink farms? I feel like you're late. Like, shouldn't you have been buying into mink farms when they were doing the culling? No, I'm on the 15-minute. Real tight. So short hedge funds never lose. That's the idea. That's literally their business, is to not lose. Do you still have CLVR calls? No? By the time I got to the hospital, mine were trash, and I missed the rest of your DD. How would you handle my worthless 819 250 calls? Um, what's it trading at? Hmm. That second run up hit like 250. They have earnings coming up, but I don't know if that's going to be a positive for them again. It was pretty good for them last time. Maybe if they beat on earnings, but that's August 11th. Theta's going to eat you alive by then. 110.78 P's so cheap. Jesus Christ. So FTD report is spicy, more downs. I mean, in the near term. More volatility, though, over the next few days. Especially with the continuation of that report. Now that we have the 1st through the 15th. Wait, are we uncoiling clockwise or counterclockwise on this spring? What? Light up a gaff. He's our Alfred and Batman. He humanizes your briny knowledge. I was just trying to start shit. I'm full bull on mink farms and Tootsie Rolls. We will be rich. I'm selling my Tootsie Roll calls. Why is the increase in delta neutral considered a bearish signal? It means that near the money calls have sold off. So delta on the chain is moving negatively. Irtex data points to BBBY doing big ups. Let's hope they're right for the first time ever. What's the ticker for that new Mink ETF? Minks are the most erogenous of the weasel family. Did the FTD report come put today? Came out today? Yeah, it came out today. Kyle Dugan, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. With volatility in mind, would 136cc for next Friday be risky? Just be prepared to pull it back. Make sure if you're selling covered calls right now that you're able to pull them back moving into the end of next week, mid to the end of next week, because FTDs are going to pick up going into like Wednesday a little bit, and that can create some volatility. And then I don't know what to expect from the XRT threshold, but it's going to be weird. Right? It was very weird last time. And I sure as shit wouldn't want to sell covered calls into like GameStop going up to fucking 180 in aftermarket, right? You'll tank to 0. Proven Crown Builders, thank you so much, man. I assume that maybe you wanted to say something there. Maybe not, but I appreciate it. CIV below 100 again before the next run. Maybe. I mean, July 15s are under 100 right now. How are Augusts? Augusts are just over. Did Pickles picks change from Long Johnson to Dillionaire? No, they've always been Dillionaire. I think. Yeah. The members only stream is Long Johnson. What price contract were you looking to sell your July 15 123 puts? I entered some today at 965. Ooh, nice price. I don't know, like 20% up. I'm really looking for that test of 116 to the downside before throwing some stops up on it. But even to the upside here, I think I only slipped like 12%. And I averaged down a little too, so. What's your plan with GME puts? Are you thinking a short play to get out by the middle of next week? Yeah. Ow. I've never capitalized on that aspect of my Long Johnson ship. Feel free to. Andreas, thank you so much. BBY locked at 5. TR about to gamma slide down 0.4% thanks to you. You're welcome. I think it's time we discuss BBY shareholder meeting and why RC decided to move their earnings. Maybe. It's been sounding more and more like you're unconvinced it will really drop below 120 for any reasonable period of time. Can you explain why? I think liquidity is drying up and it's much harder to short us. I mean, I've thought that for a while, but now it's becoming much more apparent, right? It's becoming apparent to everyone. They've always pushed hard to the downside, everything except this extended OPEC cycle. I mean, this really isn't an extended OPEC cycle, and I still expect them to push down hard. But if they do, I don't think it's gonna last for long. It's untenable. Silence of the Dans, dude. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You know what to do, right? Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added, man. Can confirm.
When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man.
The problem here is like one down market day, and we're gonna slide 10%, right? Like they're just gonna slam the shit out of us. Because you see what happens when like the active funds just bleed off, right? Like this isn't even. So the second the active funds kind of the volume dropped off in the SPY, look at our drop in relation to what the SPY is doing right now, right? Go over here. And this is just from that reduced buy pressure. So the SPY's not even failing this resistance yet. Not only are we like 2xing the price action of the SPY, but we're also acting as like a leading indicator of active fund movement, which is very odd, right? DRS is working. Gherkin is gonna go full port purple circles. Yeah, no. And DRS isn't the only thing that DRS doesn't bleed liquidity in ETFs. Other things do. So we've talked about like seller exhaustion a lot lately, right? And remember, you know, up until this point, the short side of those ETFs mostly uncontested, right? Through most of last year. Like if you go back and, you know, look at like XRT over the course of the year, you know, up until this point, they just had tons of liquidity, right? Throughout this whole period, really. Just absolute shitloads of liquidity. And they squeezed off a bunch of shorts here in like late October before they started really using XRT to short GME hard. And ever since then, you know, the market has downturned as well. It's like 40% down, some crazy shit. It's lost trillions in like overall valuation. And that means that, you know, other shorts are coming in, right? Other people are interested in the downside as it keeps moving down, which then compromises their liquidity in the ETF. Right? Because now all of a sudden they have to compete with other APs, right? Other APs are coming in and they're like, we want shares of this and we want shares of that. And, you know, they're trying to go in there and get GameStop, but all the shares are being pulled out of the ETF by other short sellers in other parts of the market. And now all of a sudden they need to compete for those shorts where they didn't have to before. And this can rapidly dry up the liquidity in these ETFs. And then where do they go for their GameStop shares, right? There's not a lot of options beyond that point. They can turn to the market maker, but that's limited. They can start clearing their FTDs sort of with in the money calls and using reversals, but that's tying up huge amounts of capital, right? Like, you know, like those reversal trades are they're in like a net zero position, right? Or, you know, at best, slightly positive, maybe even slightly negative due to arbitrage. But essentially, the trade should be zero. It should zero out. This is ideal. And but the problem is, you know, you've got to tie up $10 million at a time to keep fucking exercising these in the money options. And it stops the FTDs, like it clears the FTDs out. but they're going to come right back. And then you've got to do it again. And so now they've got, you know, a large amounts of capital starting to be tied up trying to clear out these FTDs because they're not getting sufficient liquidity from the ETFs. You know, back in November, I discussed a lot of this stuff happening, and it was very early, I suppose. No, you know, now in hindsight, but we're starting to see the things happening with the increasing FTDs on GameStop that I've been wanting to happen since November, right? It took a while, but we finally starting to reach that juncture. Now, I'm not saying like MOASS is back on the table because of that, but the likelihood of a squeeze is increasing. What do you got for me, Bear Bull Cat? Midday update. Shorting this morning, which led to put buying. Calls jumped in at 10, but took profits, and puts took profits. Call sign seems to be dying off, and likely puts will slam it back down through the rest of the day. Yeah, we're seeing the same flow and on like the ETF liquidity side too. Degenerates piled into zero delta contracts, then bailed on them plus extra. Beautiful. Jesus Christ. Clippity clip clip? Oh, okay. How do I do that? Okay. Cool. All my pits are green again. Woo, roller coaster. Gaff, I appreciate you selling some of your millions in BTC so I could scrape a few more BPS from my one DTE pits. No problem, dude. Happy to manipulate the crypto markets for you, man. Die Spy Die. Doesn't July OPEX fall during the SLD period? Sure. Doesn't OPEX always fall in the SLD period, though? Sort of. This month's a little offset, but I don't think it matters. It's happened before. When's your plan to enter calls for July OPEX if you're expecting volatility next week? I'm still waiting. Always waiting. Patience, I mean, patience on my entries is very valuable for me. It's important. I know it's irritating for some of you guys because it's, you know, I wait to the point where I'm overweighting. But, you know, remember like 2 weeks ago, before June NOPEX. You know, the time at which I bought was the ideal time to buy. So I'm still waiting for an ideal time to buy. Al from Boston mentioned in a recent video that DRS making the stock become too illiquid could lead to the stock being delisted. This is something I have said. Is this a real concern or a misunderstanding? So yeah, he's just rehypothecating shit that I said because he's a con artist. But essentially, no. It's not a real concern. A, because DRSing the float isn't currently a real concern. Secondly, because GME would need to trade under 10,000 volume per day for a year. So the worry about delisting is twofold. Bullshit in two ways. One, they would need to trade 10,000 volume a day for a year to break the NYSE volume requirements. Yeah, I believe it's for a year. Or at least the last update I found to the rule publicly was for 1 year. And then also, you know, DRS at 100% is not a reality currently. So, you know, both sides of it are kind of horseshit. So you're proposing a hypothetical that's not going to happen for multiple years. Even at the current rate of DRS, it's 2 to 3 years out, right? That rate would have to accelerate massively. And GameStop has a runway. They're spending $150 million a quarter. They're going to have to release liquidity at some point. And when they do, that backtracks DRS however many months, depending on how many shares they offer. Can you explain, like, on 5, what is eventually happening on the 7th, 8th after hours? And why does it run on January 6th and after hours? What forces them to cover? I'm not sure. I can't find out enough about the SEC audit process, but I am assuming that they're using that negative delta to sell shares of GameStop that they don't own. So they're exercising naked puts, right? And that's forcing the market maker to buy to hedge. Which is what I think happened on January 6th. When we had that, like, negative 4 million delta. What was the data from Dork that you said means ouchie down downs? I don't know. Dork's chart looks kind of bullish. Mine looks kind of bearish. Are these the FTX futures? Those are just bullshit, Dork. They're like a derivative of a derivative of a derivative. Total calls. Okay, so calls have dropped off. It's coming in. Okay. I know they're GME, but they're not. Right, Dork? Yeah. You said it backtracks at months? That's super generous of you. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Should I start a DRS Tootsie Roll sub? You gonna squeeze Citadel out of their 12,000 shorts? You get extra data? Yeah. Wait, did you DM me or did you not DM me yet? Am I waiting for a DM? I'll keep my eyes peeled. You think these volume spikes around the 14th mean anything? That people are trading them? I think the liquidity there is pretty insignificant. Any more economic news today or tomorrow coming out? So they just floated hundreds of thousands of FTDs, the minimal volume in early June. And we've seen very little volume and upward movement to legit resolve. Interesting. FTD report 617.22 will be telling. Yeah, I agree. Dude, we almost hit Reg Show. We're one day off. I mean, obviously the re-thresholding of XRT on the 17th is very significant, right? We're setting a stop loss on an option. How do you correlate? Oh, sorry. How do you correlate the option stop price to the stock price you want the stop at? Ooh, that's tricky. You can use the options chart. They have their own chart, separate from the stock. And you can use that to set your resistances and stuff and determine your contract value. I have a a program that does it automatically. Like you choose the contract price and it sets the limit at the stock price. But I mean, generally your limits, or you choose the stock price and it sets the contract price for you. But generally there's like limits, like you're setting your limits based on your contract value, right? So, if you want a $5 worth of movement range, that's delta. Or if you're doing it off of IV, then, that's a little bit different. Probably harder to predict. I guess like experience, like knowing how much the price of your contract will move in relation to the price of the underlying stock. Contracts are more illiquid, right? So usually when you're trading options, you want wider gaps on stops than you would want on shares. Although there's a case for GME that both are pretty fucking illiquid. 'Have you thought about how you would play a uranium squeeze, or haven't you thought about it yet? I don't know. I still think it's like a few years out till the demand's there. 12K is 12K, bro. No matter what I do, what strike I buy, how I adjust my entry timing, I always seem to put my shirt on backwards. How do I fix this? See shirt wearing? Am I doomed to disability? I think maybe just identify the tag, right? Put your head inside the shirt and put the tag on your head, and then push your arms through. Your mom's favorite son put their pickle in my jar. Have some cat 185s, 819, 850 average. What price would make you consider averaging down or dumping them all together? Plenty of time, so I'm not stressed. Just curious your perspective. Only my second time playing cat personally. Also, how do I DRS my chats? With that much time on cat, usually I give him my contracts quite a bit of range, like 10 to 20% loss before 25% loss before I cut them. And generally I'm averaging down around the like negative 15% range, especially if it finds support. I would cut them if it fails lower supports. So if it fails like the 176 support, I'm gonna cut them and wait to reposition, right? Because that means it's heading to like near term all-time lows, like 3-month all-time low. But otherwise, yeah, I just average down while it chops at resistances. Their dividend's still coming up fairly soon, I believe. Thanks, Gurk. I'll fall down the stairs a lot less now. No problem, man. What program is it that you use for option limits? Oh, it's like a custom code that my buddy made for me for Trader Workstation. I have a bunch of like weird little like macro programs. BBBY FTD is non-existent. Shocker. Yeah, there was only like one spike. But if Cohen buys 10% more gaff, shit can get spicy. Well, probably not, but a little more spicy. I think people's unwillingness to invest in the actual company and just buy leaps probably isn't helping. From your experience, what's the best way to trade the S&P 500? Which product? I mean, futures, future option, SPX, ES. I really like trading the SPY. But if you want to trade SPX, you can just trade SPX if you can't afford to. You can trade minis. If you can't afford to trade minis, you can probably trade micros, which I think they have now. So those SPX is a little different than trading the SPY. It's gappier, a little more risky. Its moves can be quite sudden and violent, but it can be very profitable as well. Have you ever used Ninja Trader? Yeah, for futures. It's pretty good. It's not the best for futures, but it's okay. You want a trading platform that's CME direct when you're trading futures, ideally. And I don't believe Ninja Trader is. I'm not saying that all of you don't own shares. I know lots of people own shares, but lots of other people are just buying calls. AMC 6.2 FTD is highest since June last year. Movie MOASS confirmed. Picked up some Jan 24 5C for BBBY. Hoping to see something on those eventually. Nice. Jesus, 2 years. Yeah, you got plenty of time. You can just FYI, if those move into the money, For anybody holding leaps, you can sell contracts against your leaps. Tastyworks is great for futures. Yeah, it's usually what I use. Most of my like big margin is in Tastyworks. So, and well, Tastyworks and IBKR, I guess. Man, I am getting fucking so many alerts on my margin today. What the fuck is going on? Is Cat doing something like wildly dramatic? No. Why are they trying to scare me out of my fucking position? Fuck off. I'm not getting called. I'm getting like warnings. Did I like turn something on? Update something? It's not even a real, it's just like a bullshit alert. It's like, you know, this, if this position moves against you, you could be at risk of margin call. Well, it's like, well, I fucking know that. But it'd have to drop to like $100. Stupid. Just uninstall it. I'm about to. Pee pee poo poo. Thank you, Carl. You can still sell CCs on out of the money options. Just pick a higher strike. Yeah, you can. But yeah, it's ideal to sell it, have in the money calls. Just in cats at 100, right? Seems crimey. It's fucking weird. I've never gotten. It's not even. I'm not even using like 3% margin right now. Like I'm nowhere near a risky position. It's just because I think it's because of the naked puts, but yeah, those are fine. What if the advanced margin alert is an indicator of widespread retail margin strain across brokerages? Eh. Have you seen the TTM squeeze volatility blinkers on GME and AMC? No. FX Hedge tweet, Pickle Financial margin call coming 2 p.m. I think BBY will run before August 19th, or is it too early in your opinion? I mean, I moved out all my Augusts. It could, though. He'll be the judge of that. I only have like 20 naked puts sold, though. It's like not very many. I can buy the shares if I need to. I can buy the shares without ever touching my margin. Roaring Quaddy. Crash incoming. You're not allowed to buy the dip. Fucking ugly cat face. This is the best thing all day. I have memory loss. Please remind me why I'm here. Oh, you made an incredible investment on a stock because it went up a bunch and then you bought it at the top. Yeah, now you're bag holding it, waiting for your hopes and dreams to come true. We're almost there. What do you think about Jan options on Bobby? That's what I have. Are we short Tesla, gang, at above 700? Oh. Is Tesla going above 700? I fucking hope not. I don't need Tesla running wild right now. Okay. No, Tesla's not doing very impressive things currently. It's just hanging up at the fucking low resistance again. If this gets rejected, it's going back to like 620. Joke's on you. I sold my bags for a loss. Do you have some tips for buying leaps? Should I get some at the money, some out of the money, some far out of the money? That's always a nice way to do things. I mean, not too far out of the money, but yeah, that's a nice way to do things. If you're expecting volatility, you could play that side of stuff. DM. What does this make me feel? It's not loading. Oh, there it is. It's making me feel like I'm gonna be able to buy GameStop at $80 again. Why would you send me that? I don't need that kind of bullishness on my plate. Rude. Listen here, Mr. Chicks Notes Pickle. It is not in your interest to make money in this economy. Best to close account and file Chapter 11. Let the government bail you out. I can confirm this is the best. Ooh. Do I get extras on top of my debts? So I can reopen shop? Jamie is going to 80, which is bullish. It's the most bullish, isn't it, Carl? Yeah, there's the kind of bailout where like you get free money and then you get more free money and then the Fed owns your soul. If you want to do the volatility play on Jan 950s, what IV should we look for in order to get a good entry? Low. IV 30 in the 80 to 100 range. 80 to 110, really. Even today, I mean, they're moderately cheap. They could be cheaper, but they're pretty cheap today. That's disgusting, Carl. Keep some in broker for faster sale. I'm trying to set a stop for 123p. Would a stop price mean that if I set it to 125, if it goes over that, it will sell, or is based off the ask bid? I have both options to use. Wait, hold up. So you're using the share price to set your... What fucking broker are you on? Wait, I thought you said below 120 it was hard for them. Now we're going to 80. Why the change? Oh, there's no change. He just showed me a chart that looks very, very bearish in the near term, followed by super bullishness. B Taco Man, thank you for becoming a Cornichon, dude. Fresh DM. Stop sending me these things. That's weird. Why? Well, first off, why is it upside down? Second of all, what's that? Why is that so much higher than March? Interesting. More liquid, less volume. Curious. I wonder how much that's reflecting volatility due to increased call buying versus illiquidity. Well, so that would imply that so March, May, right? And then May's illiquidity was lower, or May's illiquidity was higher than March, but not due to volume, but due to increased options volume. So the solution to well, I mean, that makes sense that the solution to illiquidity and the underlying would be increased volume in the secondary market, right? Because it's very compelling looking. My I wonder how much the in the money calls affect that. Like, are we just seeing the accumulation of the FTDs there? See, why is it scaled out? It looks so much smaller than March. Or does it look higher? I can't even see where that is. March is there. Oh, it is higher than March. But not as high as November? No. Was that November? That's November. November was really bad. Huh. What's this weighted against? IJH XRT? See, there's no point in looking back before October, though, because, like, they didn't really start using XRT heavily until then, right? Not since January, at least. I'm not talking to God. I'm talking to Dork. Formerly El Madara. What's up, man? After listening to Popcorn Cult talk last night, I'm now even more appreciative of the information and learning. Sorry. I was looking at a chart. Information and learning done in this channel. It was also time to become a member. Here's a token of my gratitude. Spread love. It's the Brooklyn way. Thanks, B Taco Man, formerly El Madara. I appreciate it, dude. Spent most of 2021 getting bummed out every time Jimmy would get pushed down hard. Now I'm giddy as a schoolgirl. Thanks for everything, man. You got it, dude. It has a stop price and a limit price. Okay, one's a market sale and one's a limit sale. So if you're looking to put a stop on it, you want to choose a contract price that is below the current contract price of the profitable contract you were holding. Choose a point in that pricing where you're profitable. So say you bought a contract at 840, that contract moved up to 950. You want to ensure that $60 of this profit, or 60 cents of this profit, you capture, right? So you would set a stop at 9. Now if it moves up to 10, right, you can move that stop up as well to like 950. And now no matter what, you've captured, like $1.10 of profit, right? Even if the position moves against you, this profit you're locking in. It's relative, of course, because, stops aren't 100% reliable. A stop is, but the market fill, you could fill it like 1. Maybe you fill at 105, but it's relatively, you will still receive profit. You can set your stop wider if you don't want to risk, if you think some of your thesis is confirmed, but there is much more to confirm, you want to set your stop wider. So if you bought it at 840, maybe just once it moves up, just set your stop at 840, right? That way, no matter what, you're not losing money. In the money CCs for next week, a good play. Always risky. You could get assigned. If you're willing to be assigned at whatever price you sell the in the money covered call at, sure. But do know that you can be assigned early. What's the difference between setting stops for a stop and a limit? Didn't I just do like a clip on this? I think I did. Maybe not. I might not be out. A stop creates a market order, and a stop limit creates a limit order. What is this compelling nonsense? 32% coverage, 0 errors. What the fuck are you talking about, Bipolar Bear? Did you already discuss the new FTD data? Big ups in July. Yeah, I did. Same thing? Same thing. Oh. New revision. Zeroes out if you double weight. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what's happening. I see the Renko candles have gotten you all inspired. This is the strat I learned from you, and it's because of this I've been consistently profitable ever since. Nice, man. Congratulations. So I understand the limit price, but I'm confused on the stop price itself. The limit will protect me from losses, gains, depending on what you choose, but what's the stop actually do then? The stop is a trigger. So your stop triggers the limit order. So your stop, right? And then this is the price. And when the stop is hit, right, and it breaks, that's broken stop. That triggers a limit order that is placed to the market.
at whatever strike you've chosen for the, or whatever price you've chosen for the limit order. And with a regular stop, the stop just simply triggers a market order. What's your floor for GMA? 0? No, I'm kidding. I'd probably sell if it hit like $5. Did you see Uniper losing 30 million euros a day due to being dependent on Russian gas? Europe will do a lot, and I mean a lot of bailouts this year. Interesting. It's going all right, Popcorn Trader. How's yours? My doctor said my prostate exam went well, and it felt like a recess cup instead of sneakers. But here's to another year. Congratulations, Lentil Burrito. A Reese's cup? Wait, did we... when did you discuss the FTD data? Did you clip it? Maybe? No, I'm not sure. Earlier? Lil Gerg, you're a saint for answering the same question over and over. It would be great if there was an easy way to timestamp questions so people can just watch it back. Feel free to do it in the comments down below. In my jar, 36% coverage, 0 errors. Okay, thank you, Bipolar Bear. I still don't know what the fuck you're saying, but I appreciate it. So if I was to protect my downside on a put, I want the stop price higher than my limit price, correct? No. It's the same, relatively. Long put, long call, it's the same. Because a put has contract value, right? Like, these are worth 1063. And, you know, say 10's my risk limit, then I set my stop at 10 because I don't want it to fall below 10. You're not setting the price of your limit based on the price of the stock. You're setting the price of your limit based on the price of your contract. It is not the underlying, right? It is a derivative of the underlying. So it is its own separate entity, separate from the equity that it tracks. Should be separate. Can you read this message? Interesting. Wonder why you'd send that. I need to rewatch this like 10 times. Snobtions? Why not just set a limit order and skip the stop? You can do that. But you'll sell immediately. Like, the idea is you're protecting downside without selling out. But if you just set a limit, you're gonna sell. Like, if you set a limit below your contract price, it's just gonna sell your contract. That's why the stop there is to prevent the order from going to market until the stop is hit. What's the name of that options book you recommend? I'll contact your agent to make sure you get all the profits from my purchase instead of the measly 1.5 points you get now. Good looking out. Options is a strategic investment, and I don't get shit for people buying it. I'm sure there are PDF versions available to those with less moral conviction. Can't do comments during the stream. Why? Oh, interesting. Really? Are you sure? Well, I didn't clip it. I guess I could try to clip it. It's gonna take me a minute. Please just ban anyone that asks about stops and limits. Well, so a JFresh, a stop is a trigger that places your order to the market. Wall Street Bets started to jump back into GME and AMC. Might fly next week. Good for them. Perfect time to get burned. Do you think popcorn's looking bullish? I bought puts. I'm getting burned. No. Also, why popcorn? It's not even good on the put side. How dare you attack my moral conviction? My conviction is ardent, but my actions are a different story. I see. Totally don't Discord. Paperback used version on Amazon, probably. Sure, yeah. What happens to the spy overnight once the JPM collar expires? Poopies? You held still for too long and YouTube fired up some bogus ads. Oh, it does that if I don't speak, I think. I think that's how the algo works. Does it ever play ads when I like walk away from the stream for a minute? My port is almost never looking bullish. Well, I think that's mostly because of your decision-making process. Help me out here. I got shares for June OPEX and made out a small profits. Now I think of re-entering, but think of waiting at least until next Friday. At the same time, CPI coming on the 13th. CPI is coming on the 13th. Are you worried that it's coming will be all over your position? %40 coverage. 0 errors. No, it doesn't. I don't pay YouTube for anything. Nice. Space Banana. Longtime member. Book buyers beware. There's a cheaper study guide that's just a book of questions related to the book. Yeah, don't buy the fucking study guide. It is cheaper for a reason. Just pay for YouTube Premium. Crazy anyone has ads in 2022, right? Like, not everything's just supported by them. If you have Android, even on mobile, you never have to see an ad. That's true. Although you probably still see a lot of ads every day. The ad blocker on YouTube stops working. I'm ditching YouTube. Fair enough. I wouldn't know. Not only am I a pigeon whale, I also have YouTube Premium. I don't have a process for my decision making. Well, you do. I think you sit down and ask yourself, what position can I buy into that has the highest likelihood of fucking me over, popcorn trader? And then you full port YOLO into that. And for you, that might be, that looks tasty. And then you just buy it. But this isn't a restaurant. And the menu can be deceptive. When you walk away, the DRS promos come up. Damn it. You can't time you out for an hour, JFresh. He can only time you out for like 300 seconds, and then you're back. I don't see any ads at all with my hacked client. I would much rather support you with monthly memberships and Ko-Fis. Thanks, man. I hope the spy takes a poopy overnight. I did something naughty today. What'd you do, John D. Rockefeller? Did you buy a bunch of really far out of the money puts? You think you can stay liquid longer than the S&P 500?
Back when I was poor, non-zillionaire, and couldn't afford YouTube Premium, I'd get an ad every time you made a sarcastic comment or made a snobby comment about pizza toppings. Interesting. I wonder if like your phone's just listening and it decides when to play the ad. Like, do people get ads at different times or does everyone get them at the same time? I want to know all about this. I want to know why I only get like 70 cents a day for them. I feel like I should get more. Sir, this is a Wendy's. I got an ad at 12:55 Central Standard Time. That's 7 minutes ago. I use ad block. Thanks, man. Playing the downside of Gmail is so much easier than the upside. Daily swing of FTD, short the top, sell CCs, wait for lower resistance, close them out. Yeah, it is. Monetize harder, Shale. Ugh, I'm already exhausted from that. For Olive Garden, they do seem to be mostly food oriented. Huh. Well, that's a plus. All my ads are about blowing up options accounts. I'm running a memory test on my RAM. Oh. Why would you feel the need to update me on that? I mean, not that I'm not interested in how it turns out, but I mean, like, give me the final results. Ads are brain hijacking. Don't you think they'd let you go once they realized that they weren't going to get a ransom though, Moon? I will say that I almost exclusively get Raymore and Flanagan ads. I think it's whatever like region you're in, like whoever's buying ad space, right? I get 0 ads on desktop. I wonder if Raymore and Flanagan knows they're advertising on this stream. All my ads are about debt refinancing and suicide prevention. Same like trading options. If we watch the full ads, you get more money. I don't know if I get money at all, honestly. I only get stockbroker and investment ads. I got an ad for a psychic college. Interesting. So you go there and they just open your third eye. I wonder if they take federal student loans. My brain is highly sought after. No, it's not. Is this a double top on the spy? Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I'm gonna say this doesn't look extremely promising. Especially with volume coming down. We'll see. If it is, we might see the downside of this run up sooner than Monday. All my ads are for the Make-A-Wish Foundation and helmets. You should get a helmet. It protects your head. Pro tip, install UVPN on Chrome browser, get their 1-day plan for $1, select the Indian server, turn on VPN, then go to YouTube and get YouTube Premium for $2 a month. I used a random Indian address with my MasterCard and it worked. Still working. Nice. Gross, bro? What? Isn't that typical college? Will opening my third eye make me rich? No. Well, if you can find someone who believes it. Wouldn't the psychic college know who will apply already? No, that's not how that works. What are some bullish signals? Generally, the bearish signals. Scientists are baffled at my impeccable ability to call safe GME strikes. That's not a hard thing to do. You know, that's just like level 1 options trading, Moonwind. And you fuck that up. I can't offer classes on opening people's third eye. It's a men-only class. Oh. That seems... Okay. I don't get ads because I have YouTube Premium. Pores. All my ads are for Rocket Mortgage. But did you hear about their great deal on refinancing? I bought puts at the dip today. Oh, God. Please tell me something positive. It can still go down more. I'll start watching the full ad if you get more money. I don't think I do. I don't think it matters. I only open my third eye. Is that before or after you tell her about your GME position for the week? Are we expecting the 116 resistance in the middle of next week? It could come as soon as tomorrow. We don't know. We just know where the resistance is and where it looks like we're heading. Moon, of all the people in the universe that I could be jealous of, you wouldn't even make the list. Also, I have more shares than you. You were a shitty trader back then when you bought them. You're a shitty trader now. But we still love you. We understand this is your home. All my ads are for Mo Money. He tells me he will read to me as MOASS is happening. Imagine having Mo Money just read you the ticker instead of actually having a brokerage account. Does this BBY consolidation look bullish or nah? No. Not even a little bit. They've been shorting since the daily peak. Those purchase calls today are going to get burned. Yeah. But they freed up a nice chunk of liquidity in the ETFs and returned some shares too. No, you can't buy an option and then forget it. You need to pay attention to it.
I mean, the pros and cons is just more time. Do you need more time? How much time do you need to realize upside? What's your thesis? If you're basing it on my thesis, you probably don't need much more than like October or Jan 23, right? But like if you have some other thesis, or if you're doing it for a value investment, then you could consider 2024. Now that my BTC puts have printed, I'm going to need you to buy back your BTC so my calls will print. So here's the deal. I don't want to. I don't trust your fake money, and I don't want to buy more of it. Today looks a lot like Jan 6th. Check DMs on Discord. A lot of days look like January 6th. You can find like 50 days that look like that. Both on a Thursday, but XRT doesn't go on Reg Show tomorrow. It goes on Reg Show next week, or Threshold begins next week, not this week. And they look similar, but they are different. Need to look at the volume profiles also. Tune. I decided to leave AMC when Mo Money was reading the spoofing DD he stole that wasn't true. God, there's been some stupid fucking DD over the last year and a half. I remember that one. Can you do a poll to see how many people panicked, bought, and sold, or sold an option that is underwater? it's no. But what can you derive from it? You just want to make fun of them? They did, right? Because like when we broke here, they got all bullish. And then they might have held through this because it happened quick. So at best, they bought here, sold here. More likely, given the nature of some of the people involved in GameStop, they bought here or here and sold here and here, respectively. My thesis is buy a lot of cheap put calls. It's not a terrible thesis. How red does cat have to be before you cut the position? Pretty red. It's fine right now. I'm not worried about it. It's just chopping. I have plenty of time. Ads on blowing up options accounts? Weird all I get is depression and online therapy ads. That's because you have to have an options account to blow it up, turd. You've already blown yours up in the past. So they're really not, you're not the target audience. Did you make a full bear song? No.
You have any thoughts on Micron earnings? No. My buddy works for Schweitzer as a head engineer and says MU has had no problems meeting their chip demand. That's cool. I mean, are you trust him? Does he work does he order the parts, or is he just like get the parts and he's like, "Hey, we have parts." I don't know. I have no thoughts on their earnings. I have no thoughts on any earnings because earnings are random. Um, and I don't know shit about Micron. But if you believe him, how does that help them? Doesn't that just mean that they're going to be over manufacturing if they don't have chip issues? They're going to be over manufacturing into a dwindling demand economy. All my YouTube ads are for secret trading strategy courses. I know they're a scam because I watch all their ads. I didn't see a single pickle drawing. There are people on SS that post the quantity of signals from the time and sales based on the volume size of orders. It's mental. It's pretty weird, yeah. What's the dumbest DD you've seen? Oh god. I don't want to. Well, everything written by the bat. I'll start there. Followed up by everything written by Blenderson Snooper. Anybody hunting shills is a fucking moron. You should enter Moonwind into the trading competition between Coors and Shkreli. I mean, Moonwind can just make what they're competing for in like a day by selling cover call. Oh wait, no, it's like a limited entry, right? He'll just sell in the money cover calls and be like, "I'm done, I win." Don't call me out, shill. I disgust myself that I ever actually watched and listened to Mo Money as if he ever actually knew what he was talking about. Yeah. Paris, better question is ask how many people had a call that was up 20% or more and ended up selling it for a loss. Oh, that's just gonna make people sad. You forgot them buying at the peak and still holding. Oh, that's true. You think they did? Was it significant? Uh, you forgot about those that sold at the peak? SPY broke down from the uptrend line we had tracked all day. Yeah, I know. Price predictions for tomorrow within $1. Just wondering. Thanks, man. Do you think my account needs margin? A little late for that, isn't it, Poker? Thank God you didn't have margin, maybe? Although, probably better than a Brinks truck. We've been trying to reach you regarding your extended warranty and cat position. We are short cat as an institution and would like you to acquiesce to our wishes by aligning your portfolio to ours. Never. Haha. You can pay me my dividends. No problem, Grapevine, Texas GameStop massacre.
My YouTube ads are for bulletproof option strategies. They must know I learned about stop losses today. All of those are just like, here's a spread, and you sell it. Blenderson Snooper farts under the covers, then dives under the covers and deeply inhales. Thank you, T plus Eileen Back and Swallow. What a lovely sentiment about your mother. The Wu-Tang NFT dividend is the dumbest, let's be real. It's pretty stupid. Bastille Day. Oh, you know what the dumbest fucking DD I've ever read is? Hands down. DRS will cause MOASS. That's the stupidest shit I've ever read. Any reason you hold shares after a run ends? Yeah, I have long-term holding on them, and I sell covered calls, and my cost basis will be very, very low in a couple months if this keeps up. I'm about to rage quit wheat. It's not for the impatient or those seeking to make money. You trashing the Knights of New? It's transferring a stock reset your purchase date? No, it shouldn't. What do you consider a large GME position? I would say most people have like 100 shares or more by now. Most, not all, obviously, but like over the course of a year, it makes sense for people to have about 100 shares. I think large, anything over 1,000 is pretty big. You're definitely getting down to like I would say that like less than 10% of people have more than 1,000 shares. More than 10,000 shares, very few. We have ducks too, you know. Any DD on NFTs not being complete trash? Sure. No, they have a lot of use cases that just aren't realized yet. It's in its infancy, right? I'm starting to worry that this Head and Shoulders and us bulls are walking into the slaughterhouse. Oh, I'm not Rims and Tims. I'm not bullish right now. I have no bullish feelings or sentiment. People always ask Moon when, but no one asks Moon why. That's true. How's Tootsie Roll looking? I don't know. I'd sell my 2 contracts, but I'm afraid I'd crash the stock. Bought the peak and holding till zero. Your determination in holding your options contract long past the point of it being worth anything inspires me, turd. When are you going to drop the 4th book of MOASS from the trilogy? What do you think, next week? Wait, you're anti-DRS? No, you can DRS your shares if you want to. I'm anti-DRS causing MOASS. 100%. I can confirm I definitely do not have over 100 shares by now. You don't. I'm aware. I'll have you know that I still had $27 in there. What's that with margin? 270 bucks? You're good to go, man. DRS should cause a squeeze technically if all the shares are locked up. But the corruption, I don't know. You can't squeeze a stock if there's no shares to trade. It's never been, just because something hasn't been done before doesn't mean it's intelligent. And it has been done before. It's just never been done before successfully. Anyway, I don't care. Do whatever you want with your fucking shares. The most well researched DD is definitely Matt Core's Is You Rick of Spades. I agree. And one of my finest. Moon How. God damn it, orange guy. I just got a coffee addiction ad. Hilarious. Is that a real thing? Fuck. I'm in trouble. You know what I need? I need an ice cream sandwich. Did I have an ice cream sandwich today? I can't remember. Does anybody know? The Bay of New York is a major bottlenose dolphin feeding site. Oh, that's cool. I think last year they found a bunch of great whites somewhere out there. Possible Wetzel's spinoff, Wootsy's Tootsies. Like if Wetzel's Pretzels and TR merge, are we starting the rumor? You think Bobby hits low $3? No, right? Five days of consecutive fails. 5 consecutive days of fails, 0.5% of shares outstanding or greater. Uh, 0.5% or greater. I have 100 fractional shares. How'd you do that? You getting ready for the reverse split play? Do you think it drops by next week, please? Below 120. I'm waiting to buy contracts. I mean, we're pretty close. I think it's very possible, yeah. No, you had cheese puffs. Yeah, but those just, like, if I don't eat something else with them, they just make me ill. They're like keto puffs, and they're kind of fucking gross. Honestly, they're made out of some sort of vegetable fiber. I keep eating them because I'm hungry, but I had an ice cream sandwich. It's 3 ice cream sandwiches stacked together. How do you get your mouth around that? You know what? Don't tell me, show me. Yeah, they were eating the bottlenose dolphins. How big of a port are you playing with? It's above average. Porsche DRSs sends the US government a letter informing the NSCC they're going to take us all to the moon on a Tendy rocket, forcing County to give us all $1 trillion. County doesn't even have $1 trillion. Do options transfer when you change brokerages? No, usually have to close those. I don't think you can transfer options between brokerages. Does anyone know if I've had an ice cream sandwich today? Is the most stoner question I've ever heard from a non-stoner. DRS was my DD. You fucking asshole turd. I stand by my comment. TG, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up, dude. I'll get you added.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
What's your favorite stock and why is it cat? Because it doesn't disappoint me all the time. That joke, motherfucker, trade this popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke. Really? I didn't know that you could transfer options to Fidelity. It has to be 30 DTE? That makes sense. Does it take like an unusually long period of time? Like a week? Is transferring options same like DRSing options? I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I wonder how that would work on the OCC side. It's in terms of like collateral and stuff. Do you ever see ETH or BTC making a comeback, or is the hype over and they're now irrelevant forever? They'll probably make a comeback. I wish the hype was over and they were irrelevant forever, because I don't like blockchain. I think it's big dumb. But no, they'll probably continue to exist and irk me. Who loves their investors more, Elon or RC? I think they both just love themselves. You know when you're growing up and they tell you love yourself, you have to love yourself before you can love anyone else. See, like, guys, billionaires just only heard the first part. Shouldn't we BTC have more ouchie down downs since that one fund is going to be liquidated? Sure. Proving corruption. You don't need to. There's nothing to prove. It's everyone knows. There's no the people that didn't know or the people that think it needs to be proven. Everyone else is very aware of the corruption, deeply involved in the corruption. The corruption, they've created the corruption intentionally and then legalized it in order to propagate more corruption. What about transferring? It's instantaneous, done by phone, only has to be cleared. That's crazy to me. I love how anytime anyone says Fidelity, you pop up in your windmill. You should just get a job with them. Just copy and paste all your comments about Fidelity over the last year and see if they'll hire you. You could be like DFB for Fidelity. Designing educational materials. I'm not even kidding. They'd probably pay you a shitload of money. Yeah, could Marcus. We're talking about transferring from other brokers into Fidelity. How do you know I'm not a Fidelity support agent? Because you know things about the platform? Fidelity? Same like Robinhood? No, they have a lot more money. I have TDA. I hate it. So switch. It's a free country. I don't like E-Trade very much. Is it a free country? You should tweet that and find out. Okay, fine. We have the illusion of freedom. Part of that illusion is being able to choose what brokerage we use. All right, I'm getting an ice cream. Boom. Should probably buy some real food. What's the max time scale which you can use bull bear flags before they're just something else? 15 minutes. No, it's the first one. I got a DM on Twitter the other day. This guy was like, oh, where the fuck did it go? Damn it. It disappeared. It was like, I can't believe you eat food on stream, you disgusting fuck, or something. That was great. Food. It was me. So you're the one I told to go fuck himself? I saw you walking around town center in Ohio yesterday. I was too nervous to say hi. What are you doing down here? Where the fuck is town center in Ohio? I mean, that's not like a place, right? Is that a place? Do they have a town called Town Center? Remember the day we were both ice skating together in Cali? How could I ever forget? All good, Mako. I'm from Ohio. I have no idea what town center is, and Google doesn't either. Remember when you convinced the entire stream to buy hood calls? No. Oh, yeah. I do. I don't remember convincing anyone. Big cat, oof. No, it's just doing its thing.
Most days 3-time we see the sinus bump. Do you see anything? Sorry, hold on. Do you see anything different today that may lead to a drop? Trying to see when the best to unload these unprofitable weeklies. Lead to a drop? Well, it could. I mean, we don't really know which way Sinus's close is gonna break. Usually it's indicated by like a small run into the closure of it. And then sometimes that kind of just triggers more price movement after. But I don't think it's really like Sinus closing that causes buying. SM9R, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. If you message me on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Sinus. Yeah.
Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 5-10 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
How Gherk convincing someone works. Gherk says words. Degens immediately buy options, then beg Gherk for analysis on their unresearched positions. What? That's crazy. No. But I think it's gonna go down to like 215. Oh, it already hit 218 today. Damn. Yeah, I think 215 or 212. Because the volatility on this is expanding more and more. The borrow rate jumping around in 0.01 and 0.001 increments is a whirlwind of emotions. It's very sensitive. Yeah, we have a decent number of FTDs due today, so they'll probably want to clear those out with some volume before the end of Sinus. So there might be a little bump. They're not really pushing us down very hard now. Interesting. I have no idea who that is. Kevin Ma. It's possible if Ryan Cohen bought a bunch of shares today. Someone did for BBBY. Will the 740,000 FTDs tomorrow cause a run-up? Tomorrow? From the 25th? Did the 25th have 740,000 FTDs? Not necessarily. It could just cause volatility, right? Do you think they'll try to push the price down tomorrow or just start next week? I don't know. It depends on access to liquidity in order to short. I haven't determined if they're going to try to get the price as low as possible before the 8th or after the 8th. So it's either going to be between now and the 8th, depending on what happens on the 8th, or between, you know, the 8th and the 15th. Maybe we do like one of these. Thoughts on Chonko's Tacos? I don't think they have this here now. Check SPY. 3 million volume right there. Probably a big options position. God, I love WeBull data. This shit, does it show up on TradingView? No. No, maybe it does. Hold on. Nope. It will in like 15 minutes, probably. $75K out of the money VIX call? Interesting. Hmm. I'm nudging up on my risk here on Cat, and it looks like it's about to fall off a cliff. Buy back in lower? Hmm. Dow stabilize? Cat fall off? SPY falls off a cliff? What's this doing? Just gonna look at the fucking index. Fuck this shit. Bum bum bum. Dow. What are you doing, Dow Jones? It's right at resistance. Ooh, stabilizing. This feels like an important moment. Looks like the tards on the Bobby sub are starting to DRS en masse. Oh, Jesus. They'll actually bankrupt BBBY. He can't afford any more bills. Wait, are those two VWAPs? No. Those are VWAP sisters, standard and deviation. What happened if the put walls for BBBY on the 1st and 15th don't get rolled forward? Would that automatically be explosive ups? Or would something need to push the price into the ramp? And something would still need to act on the price, but it would definitely unlock quite a lot of potential. Oh, it's so weak. How fucked am I on these $7 BBBY calls for August? Why don't you just roll them to January? You might be fucked on them. You might not be. We don't know what's going to happen after the 15th. Didn't it run to like 750 like a week ago? Why didn't you sell them then? SPY looks ready to plunge. It really does. Although, this is starting to gain a little traction. Ooh, Dow's picking up some volume. Quite a bit of volume. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. The dying breath of the long side. I'm gonna re-enter these. I don't trust this fucking thing overnight. It's like an absolute piece of shit. The market? The Dow and the SPY both look super shitty right now. So we're playing the QQQ then? No. I think it's really interesting that there's like too many sold calls there on that fake reversal and now bag holding puts. I don't know if they're bag holding them. I think their puts are about to print. Do you talk about how XRT being back on Reg Show impacts your theory on the 8th after hours? XRT went back on Reg Show on the 17th. Why is everyone finding this out today? We've been talking about this shit for 2 weeks. Almost. I posted on Reddit 2 weeks ago. I sent you a DM that is bearish on the SPY. Well, I know. Where? These are all GME. Oh. Yeah, I agree. I'm not liking the look of this. If SPY drops below VWAP here in a minute, I'm gonna go full port your portfolio in short ES. I've sent you multiple messages for the last year that are bearish on the entire equities market. Just FYI. Yeah, but you didn't tell me anything about Cardano going to 1 cent. Give me my fills. Boop. I dumped Cat. I'll re-enter after it drops. The Dow's doing a jump off a cliff too. Puts on the SPY. Buying puts on the SPX. My cat stopped out before your cat. I got it on that little bounce, just under 20% loss. It's okay. I'll just wait for those call options to drop 20% and then I'll buy back in, right? Same price. I sent you multiple DMs of my pickle painted bright orange. Is that bearish? No, that's full bull. How does July OPEX look so far? Pretty good.
The things we like to see are lining up. So cat's not a slow mover. It's got slow volume. It's a fast mover. It just gets like hung up. It's weird, yeah, but it gets hung up at resistances for long periods of time. When it moves, it can really move fast though. It's fairly illiquid. It's a very popular buy and hold stock, so lots of ownership. Those Borg, July 15th. July 15th is the expiration. The settlement's between the 18th and the 22nd. I've already averaged down, so I'm only down 11% now. But I'm going heavy on it when it hits the bottom. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna buy back in as soon as I feel like it's found support again. I just figure, you know, why hold through it? I just pooped my pant. What's the Dow ticker? I can't find it. DJI? Okay, CNS is about to close. DIA is the ETF. Yeah, DIA. If your brokerage won't let you look at the index. Stop dropping, you piece of shit. What? That's what we expected it to do. Are you looking to buy August calls the week of July 15 or prior? Maybe prior. Ready for BBBY OPEX. DJI is Dajin Lithium? No, it's the Dow Jones Industrial Index. Just use DIA if your broker doesn't have it. DIA is the ETF, like a big ETF that tracks it. So it's .DJI? Okay, I have no idea what broker you're using, so sure. You seem annoyed today? No. Not at all. Do I really? I've been in a pretty good mood today. What is the next SPY support? 378, 375, 370, 374.26. Then 373. After 373, it's a pretty steep drop off to 366. Although I'm not sure these are up to date. They might not be. Let me check my other chart. Yeah, 374.26 is the next big resistance. Below that, 366. Not that that's something we've seen recently. Although we've come very close. Alright. Do you have a clip explaining sinus? Maybe? Probably. Don't test me, Carl. I buy Jimmy, it goes down. I buy BBBY, it goes down. I buy Dillard's, it goes down. I buy my wife a diamond ring, she does not go down. I can't catch a break. Yeah. I guess I get it. 100,000 volume candles every 30 minutes, or 30 or so minutes on BBBY. Why is it so consistent? Someone's buying in. I just saw an ad that said my male body wash was like washing with toilet bowl water. Okay. We ride to the moon on blind faith and hopium. But first we go to the bus station. You know what I mean? Rims and Tims? Toilet bowl water is my favorite of waters. I'm buying a few BBY calls at close just because I'm interested to see if RC says anything tomorrow. I'm curious myself. Can you save my calls and make them safe? No. I'm sorry, turd. Apparently I can transfer you calls. We should start a new business. It's Venmo for stock transfers. So you can like gift your friends options. And then hate them if they print. It's the perfect way to create drama. Can wheat drop to 760? I fucking hope not.
Don't say things like that. Just 2 business days? Is Carl back yet? Your target audience is tiny. You can do it with stocks too. Happy birthday, buddy. Here, have a spy put. Right? That was more emotionally impactful than watching the blood that comes from Tesla weeklies get burned. Real friendly reminder. I'm just your bitch. I need a drink. It's been a while since we've had a chug video. To be fair, I was just trying to time you out and I hit the wrong button, but it worked. I have random resistance lines drawn from your charting on GME from back who knows when. And we'll see the price just randomly bounce. Currently one at 120.40. I delete them every once in a while because it gets too crowded. If you've ever been to an EDM festival, you know the Carl cry. What's up, Secure? I'm ready to go. I bet 10K on this. Jesus Christ, you think it's going down to 31.56? If you ignore the numbers, today's GME chart looks like MOASS. What's this? 5,000 calls? What the fuck stock is this for? Bobby? Jesus, that's a lot of 10 fucking dollar calls. And 20? Somebody's loading the fuck up on that. Like, there's just no question now. Someone's buying a shitload of BBBY. I thought I was going to call it good enough after lunch and re-entered on the downside for SPY and GME. Somehow ended up 50% on the day. Nice job, man. So maybe the first options play where I'm comfortable in the dip. If I was buying September's, I probably would be. Like 60 plus days, I would probably just hold through the dip. But with the Augusts, I know I can get them cheaper. Who could it possibly be buying all this BBBY? I don't know. But it's a lot of it. I just want 1,000 calls for each minute I was timed out. It could be the shorts flipping long. It's everyone in your Discord buying out of the money calls on Bobby. I think most people are holding 10 Cs. Yeah, but are they buying them in blocks of 10,000 at a time? Market maker's not hedging the calls, right? That's 2 million on Bobby calls for Gen 10, 20. Yeah. You're welcome. I bought a ton of 10s for January. Do you think with enough calls we'll see a gamma squeeze? Like for Jamie and Jan, but for Bobby, of course, once we take out the put blanket, ramp seems to be building. I don't know if we'll see a gamma squeeze, but we could see a hell of a run up. Made 34% profit on my first put today. Congratulations, Alethea. That's fucking awesome. Over 3 million in FTDs to the first half of June. That seems way up, right? No, it is way up. What are those Bobby calls dated for? Jan? Kind of want to buy some more now. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Jimmy just gapped up to view up. Yeah. So, I mean, the market ran up hard too. Hard bounce. Here at like 375. Why is a DN of 140 for GME bearish and not bullish? Does it mean that the MM is under hedged to the upside? But it means that the near the money calls were sold off. So there's no call delta supporting us in this range. No, max pan's just the median of OI on the chain. It really has nothing to do with Greek neutrals. When you say you know you can get the calls cheaper, do you think Cat is going to break the 176 resistance? It may for a minute. I don't know how long it'll stay down there. I'm not sure it'll push lower. Ooh, the SPY's really having a nice little rally. Ow. Holy cow, my name is green now. Nice. Well done. What's with all the shilling of Redbox the last 2 to 3 weeks? Pump and dumpers. The calls you just bought, dump tomorrow? Or plan to hold? I might hold till Monday. Bear market volatility. Yeah, a lot of that lately. Sell is always chased slightly, correct? No. It depends. For day trading specifically, a little bit, yeah. Still holding those GME puts? Fuck yeah, I am. Rolling only gets me a couple leaps. I think I'll take my chances with the July run. Fair enough. We're not wrong, just early on Bobby. We'll see. 12K Jan 10s. Oof Chacumba. It's more than that. It's like 25,000 Jan 10s. Or 20,000? Yeah, 20,000 Jan 10s. Oh, those are 20s. 10,000 Jan 10s. 10,000 20s. I gotta tell you, this BB Boy options activity has got me very intrigued. It's pretty interesting, actually. Ow. Fucking shit. Oh, my back hurts like a motherfucker today. Slept weird. PPBY say like finding 20 bucks on the ground. I mean, if you bought that 20 bucks, yeah. AP's buying ETF shares for arbitrage tomorrow. Too many. 1.3 billion in balance sell side. Huh. If I said I had 960 Jan 80s, what would you say? Well, Sean McHenry, you're either going to be rich or feel really stupid. 940C Jan 20 BBBYs, 945C Jan 20s too. Interesting. Spy pressure just out of nowhere. Bear rally. Cow ripping back up again? It's coming back up. This'll fade. Does it make sense to be announced before, during, or after the meeting? It could be any of those three. You dump your BBBY Jan 10s? No. I rolled my August out to January yesterday. Day before yesterday. Bought some more Jans yesterday. Bought some more today. I bought some more shares today. So buying a Jan 20 10C. And the price runs to $10? The contract would be worth like $3-ish. Depends on the IV increase, but roughly. Get that infinite theta? No, just like generally if I have a long position, options are a smaller part of it. So I buy more shares in proportion to the number of options I'm buying. How do you apply for Dan status? Spot's already taken. At this point, BBY feels like a hair trigger away from fucking shorts a bit, but they can probably take it and expect it anyway. Maybe. Why roll out August playing safe? Yeah. Yeah, so it moved to $10 with 6 exit, roughly. Depending on how much IV spikes. RC better be putting his money where his orifices are. Someone's putting money in someone's orifice today. It could cause quite the run, I think. C-mill.
Bag holder, same like long-term investor, whatever you want to call yourself. Solar exhaustion on SPY. My puts just melted. A little bit. It was just like kind of like a bear rally, I think. Some solid buy pressure with that support there. Would you hold GME 125p 7.8 overnight? Probably. 7.8? Yeah, I'd imagine I would. Ivy must be spiked on DDS. Call's worth more than cost, even though I bought at a higher price. Interesting. Maybe you just got a good fill on them. The spreads are so wide on those. I bought Jan $20 call earlier today. Am I smart money now? No. I'm newish. Spent a lot of time reviewing your past clip vids. It seems like you were in the MOASS camp last year and changed around Jan. Is this because you discovered the XRT short workaround? Yeah, that, and we started to find evidence of how the share offering fucked us super, super hard. But yeah, those two things. ETF, not just XRT, but XRT is the primary source of abuse. What did BBY run up because entire basket to run as well? That would fuck our GME puts. Yeah, it would. It could. It doesn't necessarily going to cause the entire basket to run, but it could. Remember, GME and BBBY aren't really in too many similar baskets nowadays. Especially with the latest rebalancing, or, well, reconstitution. I have a 495 cost average on BBBY, making me sound like Gurk. No, my cost base currently is like 1545 on most of my position. It's probably a little higher with the... How many shares do I have on here? 700 at 1862. So it's probably around $16 now. Jesus, $15? Same like Ryan Cohen. I haven't even bought into Bobby yet, but I'm thinking about it. Smart, sub $5. I have to tell you guys that are bullish on Bobby right now that there is a massive amount of risk buying into that stock. That may be not only money that you could lose, money, it could very well be money that you do lose and never get back. It's a big risk. Could it be worth it? Yeah. Could it not? Also. Massively less risky than it was at 15. A lot of shit has apparently changed since it was at $15. They had back-to-back atrocious earnings reports. The CEO fucking bailed. Like the average traded price for BBBY just a couple months ago was like $23-24 over the last year. It got fucking hit hard. You think I'll be buying cat calls to hold overnight? No. I'm gonna wait. I think the market's downtrending right now. Not that cat can't reverse the SPY, but I just think I'll get a cheaper entry if I wait like a day or two. Will we find out tomorrow if Cohen's buying into BBBY today? I think so. Honestly, I would have been frightened to buy GME in early 2020. I mean, I bought it in late 2020, and I wasn't scared to buy it, but I definitely didn't like YOLO into it. I bought like a small amount, which ended up being more than enough, right? But like, it was still a very small amount. I think my biggest investment at that time was like Tesla. I had a shitload of Tesla from like August, shit, even earlier, June and March of 2020. Yeah, it was. How many shares of Jimmy are accounted for watching this stream? Back in the day when it was like 800 or 900 viewers, it was like a million or so. Like was the average. Like a million shares, maybe more. Now, no more now. I think that the last time we did that was back in shit June or August. Sean McDanry. The Dans will give you your package and whatever you need. What are we estimating that the RC buy-in volume today was? We don't know if it was RC or not, but the buy-in volume today is pretty significant. I would say definitely several million shares between the options and the at the like lit exchange volume. I don't even have my BBBY in this account. Oh, I do, but like barely any. What the fuck is it? Oh. I'm writing a DD about RC's Tootsie Roll buy-in. I don't think that's a very advantageous company for him to buy into because of how much ownership is locked up. Like he can't really bully them around. They own a vast, like the insiders own a vast majority of the shares. I think the CEO has like 75% of the shares outstanding. I'm not the biggest BBBY bag holder. That's BlackRock. I've been listening on and off today. What do you think RC would make an announcement? Tonight or tomorrow night? When BBBY runs, for how long do you see volatility staying elevated? Let's rephrase that question to if BBBY runs. I mean, the IV could stay. It's very liquid, so it comes down super fast. And once it starts coming down, the IV is gonna tank massively. So be prepared for that. You think they're boofing volume or buying as offset by selling and shorting? They're shorting, right? They're gonna buy more puts and increase their gamma, like negative gamma exposure. I think RC was suggesting he was going to turn GME into a Tootsie Roll type company in terms of fundamentals and cash flows and whatnot. Maybe. I mean, that'd be phenomenal, right? Someone's buying a lot of BBBY today, like a lot of it, not retail. For all of those T plus 35 FTDs due near July 15 and afterwards as indicated on the FTD report, are those still with a possible T plus 2 settlement on top of that? No. They should be printing on T plus 2. So when you're seeing them on the report, the T plus 2 is already done. The problem is they can satisfy those at any time, right? They're continuously being net settled. So the T35 date is not necessarily or like the 35C day is not necessarily indicative of continued exposure. And that's why we get a lot of volatility on those big FTD days, but not necessarily a lot of upside price action. For FTDs to cause upside price action or like a price improvement, you need the majority net long FTDs or net short FTDs, sorry. And generally those only come from ETF FTDs. Just like GME IV last Friday. Yeah. Will liquidity dry up from hedging? It could pretty rapidly, especially if another big portion of the float is taken off the table. Why does Planet Fitness give out free Tootsie Rolls? I have no idea. They're just waiting for the squeeze, maybe? Bobby first introduced me to the soda stream. I love it. If RC bought in, are my 13 CSPs in danger? $13 CSPs. I mean, they were in danger when you sold them. They're sold though, right? So why would that put you in danger? You think you're gonna get exercised on them? Like selling a CSP is a bullish bet. If the price goes up hard, you're killing it. Because you can buy them back for nothing. Indices are going cray-cray. Tinfoil hat time. What if Ashley was buying the puts all along? Who? Who the fuck is Ashley? I was planning to stop by after the stream. What should I bring? Booze. If there was a big run, how high do you think volatility could go? I don't know, 200, 220%? Not OPEX covering, but a big run. Oh, 300, 400%? I don't think BBBY has the exposure for like a big run. It could have a big run, but it's not like it's got like a bunch of volatility swaps and shit on it like GameStop. Makes sense. Ashley Furniture. Obviously. Ticker cold. Short natural gas doing big ups. Damn. Nice day. Think it's going to continue to do big ups? Definitely could, right? That's provocative, turd. Are you buying in? Terrible internalizing all the risk for Jimmy. I think she's full up with AMC Hopium. $4 has to be the most significant level for BBBY looking at the weekly chart. Probably, yeah. You're going way back, but yeah. I actually think Kroger has a shitload of cash. If RC announces more BBBY buy, will it create crazy FOMO as a confirmed GME 2.0? Maybe. Coldest 3x leverage ETF, risky plays. I mean, yeah, it is. As long as you're entertaining BBBY fantasies, what would you expect a run in the next couple of weeks would do to a potential July OPEX run? I mean, start it from a higher floor, right? No, the joke didn't go over my head. I got it. I'm just saying she's kind of stuffed already. 950 C's, same as like hedge fund against GME puts. Hedge against GME puts? Sort of, yeah. Like a MOASS hedge against GME puts. Ugh. Most bullish thing that could happen for BBBY is DFE makes a new update post with 50,000 call contracts. That'd be amazing. I'm pretty sure you yawn every time you read one of my comments on stream. Sorry. It's all good. Children, baby, and animals. Bobby and animals Chewy must be protected at all costs. Why would he give a shit about Chewy? He doesn't own any Chewy. He got bought out. Is Gamma Max still at infinity? I don't know. Maybe. You target Jan 950s again. First into July with CPI on July 13th. Possible great entry around 1314 for some August 5 GME calls. Yeah. I think so. Ty. I'm not posting anything. Thanks for weighing in, Roaring Kitty.
What a day. First time that all my plays worked out. See you tomorrow. Riku. Congratulations, Twin Peaks. Glad to hear it, man. Thank you so much. Correction, BBBY had a bunch of ETF liquidity. I meant just actual share liquidity. If DFV had 50,000 BBBY contracts, would they be red? I don't know. Would he have waited to enter? He is the king of the YOLO. Thank you, Snookcatcher. Glad to have you here, man. Buy 10k share of BBBY at market. Why? I don't want to. How much would that give me? Right now. Amount, dollar. $10,000. 5,000 shares, roughly. Ding ding. So, mostly just following the SPY into the end of the day today. Mostly just following the SPY all day today. There were some calls bought, and then sold, and then puts bought. Well, puts sold, and then puts bought. It's been mostly uneventful, really. We did end up closing down for the day. No, up. No, down for the day. Just slightly. Below yesterday's close. But we did make back up some of the ground lost overnight. Things, as far as I can tell, still look pretty bearish with the DN spiking over GN like that. You know, we're going to have some difficulty falling below gamma neutral still. But we're closer, right? We're closer than we were yesterday. It could be closer again, even closer tomorrow. But I think they're trying to grind us down. They're very low liquidity, and their ability to short is diminished. I don't know if XRT going on Reg Show is going to improve that ability to short. It may not. So they may not have a lot of time if they really want to pound the stock down into the dirt. Because once XRT goes back on the threshold process begins, you know, that's when they've got to turn back to real share borrowing. No, today, not a lot of Philly exchange. But there was a lot yesterday. I'm super broke, and you know this. I know. So if we go out here, small bounce on the resistance. That's good enough. Little bounce on the resistance here after falling through yesterday. I think this is petering out. So I think we saw our high on that move up to 126. We will likely see downside off of this from the technical perspective, and
that's kind of what the options chain is still pointing to. So I'm still expecting a move over the next couple weeks back into this 112 to 115 resistance channel that you see here down below. I don't know if they will be able to break us down through that. But if they do, then we would be moving down here. And this low resistance is, you know, sub $100. So we could fall even further. But right now, yeah, it looks like we're still kind of just grinding into that low resistance channel. Do you think 116's off the table with that short of liquidity? No, I don't. I wouldn't underestimate their ability to short the fuck out of us if they need to. If we staying within these price ranges on GME, will 125C for August be enough to cover OPEX and Theta? Looking to buy one each for August expiration, 8.5, 8.12, 8.19. Those might be okay. The real issue here, and I can't find my pen. The real issue here, as far as the downside goes, isn't that they can't short us, right? They can absolutely short us. They still have sufficient liquidity to do so. But they don't want to short into any kind of pressure. So they cannot short and defeat pressure simultaneously. So what we're seeing is on days where we have market upside, right? And there's active fund buying of GameStop, is we see them just stop shorting, right? We see no liquidity in the short position whatsoever. But on days where the market downturns, all of a sudden high volume shorting, right? A lot of those trades were multi-leggers. Yeah, but there was a shitload of buying and block orders earlier today. Turd. I agree. There was a lot of weird shit going on with that, but and people assuming RC is buying in is definitely hopium. So any kind of resistance, and we saw this in June too with you know, the weeklies that were bought here in June, driving the delta hedge up, and they just didn't fight back against it at all, right? They just kind of let it drag out until it died, and then they shorted the shit out of us. And, you know, the same thing is true for upturns in the market as well. So they are not in a position, I don't think, anymore to short against the buy pressure. Now that's either due to the illiquidity, because I don't think there is that much buy pressure, but they don't want to fight back because it requires expending more of their resources. As far as the SPY goes, I mean, I think we saw the rally that I expected today. It looks like it's, you know, dying out. Let's go here out to the, like, 1 hour. I think the 1 hour will be good. So there's the little rally I expected. We didn't end up breaking into that higher range at like 382. We kind of got stuffed at 380. This looks like it definitely has more downside back to 374, possibly even lower over the coming weeks, but maybe just a fall to 374 and some chop is very possible. We may see, you know, the high and low of this range repeat a couple times before we get something, either bad enough news to drop off further, or, you know, sell side builds up a big enough position to really give a strong push down. But right now, yeah, we oversold between here and here. We saw seller side exhaustion kind of through this 1 day period. And then, you know, more selling today, which kind of bottomed out and led to a rally. And, you know, now I think we're going to see some chop and then a further move down. as this, you know, this whole bear rally completes. But I would expect by maybe next week that we could start to see new, like, start to move down into this lower sub 375 range. And that's about it. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I know a lot of you did really well today. Congratulations. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.